Good morning, colleagues. It's 10:30. If you'd like to take your seats, we'll make a start. I hope that you have all recovered from St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. As you know, the Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised this meeting, therefore, will be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please can I ask all members to switch off your mobile phones or switch them to silent or to vibrate or whatever is your personal choice whilst the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. I have received apologies from Councillors Ambrose Smith, Connor, Fuller, Gowing, Hoy, Reynolds, Taylor, Tierney, Thompson, Dr. Van der Ven, Corney, Simon King, Atkins, all of whom presumably couldn't deal with the emotion of the last meeting of this municipal period. The next item on the agenda, are there any other apologies that I haven't read out? No. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 11th of February 2025. Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now? Thank you very much. I shall Oh, right. What? Councillor Bradnam, how exciting that you're the first to speak this morning. Was this a point of order? Because it can't be a point of personal explanation.
I'm honoured to speak, Chair. I just wanted to raise with you another apology, which is Councillor Thompson.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Councillor Bradnam. That's much appreciated. Michelle, did you get Councillor Thompson? Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. I shall sign the minutes. Councillor Bradnam, your intervention does remind me to remind members, if they wouldn't mind when they are speaking, to speak closer to the microphone than you might otherwise. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, continuing, an updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will be not reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Anyone? No, thank you very much. I have a few announcements to make today. It is with deep regret that I report to Council the recent death of Sarah Jane Bedford. Sarah was an independent visitor coordinator in children, education and families. The Council's thoughts are with her family, friends and colleagues at this very sad time. May I ask Council to stand in memory of Sarah? Thank you, colleagues. Members will wish to note that Cambridgeshire County Council has been shortlisted as a finalist in the Community Involvement, Health and Social Care, Future Places and Innovation categories of the Local Government Chronicle Awards. The awards celebrate the very best in local government, highlighting councils across the country that demonstrate outstanding leadership, creativity and impact in serving their communities. The winners will be announced at a ceremony on the 11th of June this year. I'm also delighted to report that Cambridgeshire Energy Retrofit Partnership has been awarded bronze for its contribution to green public service in the Public Sector Transformation Improvement and Social Efficiency Awards. These awards recognise, reward and promote environmental best practice across the public sector in the UK. Continuing its success, the Cambridgeshire Energy Retrofit Partnership was also a finalist in the Association for Public Service Energy 2025 Awards in the Working in Collaboration category and received a certificate recognising the contribution that local authorities are making to address energy, climate change and sustainability issues. Members will wish to join me in congratulating Mary Burgess and Anna McMahon from the Council's Library Service, who have been shortlisted for the Information and Digital and Culture and Creativity categories, respectively. I'd like to remind members that the Quality Care Commission will be on site from the 31st of March to the 3rd of April for the local authority assessment visit. During this assessment, CQC will review the Council's delivery of adult social care services. As part of the process, the Council has already submitted an 87-page self-assessment and 191 pieces of evidence to support the inspection. Following the assessment visit, the CQC inspectors will provide the Council with a draft report with a one-word rating. Yes, indeed. As Chair of Council, I attended the following events: the St David's Day flag raising at Newshire Hall, the City of Ely Council Civic Service and Choral Evensong, Cambridgeshire Spotlight Awards, and St Patrick's Day flag raising. My Vice Chair, with my gratitude, attended the following events: the launch of Phase 2 of Alconbury Weald, Charity Turkish Dinner Evening, the Ukrainian flag raising at Newshire Hall, the grand opening of Wisbeach Community Farm, and the Commonwealth flag raising at Newshire Hall. Finally, on behalf of the Council, I would like to pay tribute to those councillors who will not be standing for re-election on the 1st of May. I'd like first to invite group leaders to say a few words. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. My few words actually start with my thanks to you, because it is your final council meeting under our final council meeting under your chairmanship. I'm not getting this doing this well at all. As you will know, I have been a member of this council for quite a lot of years, and I have never been chaired by anybody quite as brilliant as you are in this job, Sebastian. And you were brilliant at it last time, and you have been brilliant at it this time as well. And we will miss you enormously. You have an absolutely unerring grasp of procedure and also of the personalities in this council, and you manage both with incredible charm and skill, and you will be a very, very hard act to follow for whoever comes after you. I do also want to say thank you to all the other councillors who have been members of this term of council. I know that there are quite a number of councillors who are not restanding this time. Some of whom have been in this council for a very long time, and some of whom have only been in this council for 4 years. I want to say thank you to all of them and to everybody else who has served in this 4-year term. It has been a very eventful 4 years, starting as it did in the chaos of COVID. And there have been a number of really, really difficult challenges, including new wars in Europe and cost of living crises along the way. So I do want to thank everybody for their public service in being councillors. I could go on. I think if I started trying to thank people individually, I would end up missing people out or getting it wrong about who was standing and who wasn't restanding. So I will not do that. But there are 2 members who are not with us today, who started this 4-year term with us, who I do want to mention by name. And those are Councillor Matt Maguire and Councillor Derek Giles, both of whom gave extremely long service to their communities and to this council, and who we miss. And I wanted to pay tribute to them this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is, it feels like it's been a very long but also very short time. I remember sort of taking my seat 4 years ago, and it's gone very, very quickly, and in some ways rather unexpectedly. I do have to join with Lucy in saying thank you to everyone, not just you, Chair, although you've done the lion's share, but other people who have chaired this council before you in this 4-year term. They have done an excellent job, and in some respects, we underestimate just how difficult it is to manage 60 odd people such as ourselves. And for that, and on behalf of my group, I would like to thank you very much for the work that you have done. And I hope we haven't given you too many headaches. And certainly we should remember everyone who is not here today. Some people, this would have been their last meeting and they're not here, and this is very sad. But in general, it's been 4 extremely interesting years. We should remember that we are, after all, 60 very normal people. And there isn't a lot of, there is a lot of privilege in doing this job, but there aren't a lot of perks. And we should not underestimate the level of service that sometimes decades and decades of somebody's life goes into this, and we should absolutely not forget that. I pay tribute to every single person who is going to stand down. Again, like Lucy, I don't want to be caught in any errors. And also, there will be people who will, at this point in time, expect to be back here after May, but they might not. And sometimes you can't help luck, fortune, these kinds of things. But it's been actually really a very good experience working with everybody, and I'm very pleased and very privileged to be here. Thank you, Chair, and I hope that you will bring your considerable skill to your next great adventure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sanderson.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to begin by just saying how much I've enjoyed working with yourself. You were chair before, and people always said to me, Sebastian's an excellent chair, and that turned out to be absolutely true. You brought the sort of balance of seriousness and humour, which sometimes we need when things get overly heated here. So it's been a pleasure working with you. I was somebody was talking to me the other day, and they said, as we all get this, I'm not voting for anyone this year because you're all the same, you lot, you don't care. And I went, well, why don't you ever go yourself? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. It's too much hassle. And I said, exactly. I said, what you're forgetting is you see a very small percentage of councillors that perhaps aren't hardworking, perhaps been in the news for the wrong reasons, but for the vast majority of people, whatever group, whatever party or non-party they're involved with, they're dedicated to their communities and they work extremely hard. So I'd like to pay my respects to people here today who are stepping down. Thank you for your service, and good luck with your next adventure. You probably just want a normal life, spend more time with the family. That's understandable. For those of you who are seeking re-election, I know that how hard you'll work to do that, and if you are successful, it's because you've been very good and very dedicated to what you do. I'd also like to say a few words about Derek Giles and Mac Maguire. I was privileged to work with both of them on Huntingdonshire District Council as well as the council here. They were complete gentlemen as well as fine public servants, and we certainly miss them. But I wish nothing but the best to everybody in this chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. And finally, last but by no means least, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Could I start off by paying my thanks to you for chairing the council for the last couple of years. I won't be quite as gushing as Councillor Netzinger, because I think people would suspect a bit of a bromance going on if I was that gushing, but thank you anyway, Chair. I'd also like to pay my thanks to the officers, because I fully admit I'm going to stand again, and I hope I'll get here. But let's be honest, there's always a chance I won't. And if I don't, then I would like to say thank you to the officers who are not standing for election again, but for all the support that they've given me and this council, not just over the last 4 years, but the entire term that I've been a councillor. Special thanks. I think at this time of year, every 4 years, we have to reflect on the fact that not everybody made it to the end of their term. And we've heard a couple of mentions earlier, not just this time, but previous times. And to think that some people have given up the last years of their life in service of the public, I think is a remarkable thing, and does deserve special mention. And in this term, Councillors Maguire a friend of mine, and Councillor Giles. So thank you to them. Apart from that, I don't intend to mention individually, just a general thank you to every councillor for having the nerve in the last 4 years to put their head above the parapet, stand up for the people and be a councillor. It is a rewarding task. When you do something good for the public, it is a rewarding task, but it's not an easy task. And we all know, everybody in this room at some point in time has fallen foul of the opinion of somebody who they failed to satisfy, and it makes it difficult. So I say thank you to all of you that managed to be here for the last 1 to 4 years. I'd also like to say thank you to anybody that's standing for re-election. Anybody that's standing for re-election, you know, well done for putting your head above the parapet. To be quite honest, I don't wish all of you good luck. Fair comment, I think. But I do thank you for actually going through the motions of trying to say to the public that we want to be here again. To my own team, the Conservative group, thank you so much for not only for being councillors, but for the support you've given me personally as your leader. So thank you very much, Chair, and I hope that the next council, whatever that might be, takes it forward in the same well-intended and well-meaning approach that councillors have in this term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Count. Before I invite the Chief Executive to say a few words, I would just like to say some thank yous of my own. And they're going to be brief because I've had my arm twisted to do what has been rather grandly called a valedictory video by our communications team, which I am sure that I'm dreading very much more than all of you are. But I do want to reflect that since I was first elected, I think in 2005, there have been, how was it put, at least 61 odd people who I have been individually very just impressed by, of all parties and none. I particularly want to say thank you to Councillor Dew, who has been a sterling vice chair, and to Councillor Ferguson, who obviously was a sterling predecessor. I am also very grateful for the trust that you've all put in me as chair over the last 2 years. And I would like to conclude by saying this. Democracy is in danger across large parts of the world. And this joint administration with a robust opposition has been a real shining example of how democracy works and just how important it is. So thank you all for your very kind words. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly to Council. I have 2 sets of remarks to make today. So first of all, on behalf of the officers and the staff of the Council, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all elected members of the County Council, both present and past, who have served during the 2021 to 2025 term for their leadership, their service, and their commitment to both people and the county as a place. You are our collective employers, as well as having responsibility for the Council's several thousand strong workforce. Many of us, like me, are also your constituents and residents, so we have a dual interest in your role, not just as our employers, but as our democratically elected representatives. For those members who are standing down and not seeking re-election, particular thanks from myself and officers. And given that many of you have served on this council for more than 1 term, I've had the privilege of working with some of you twice now in Cambridgeshire, so you deserve special recognition. Thank you very much. For those seeking re-election, I wish you well, both as Chief Executive and as the County Returning Officer. We hope to see many of you again after the elections and benefit from your experience, leadership and abiding commitment to local democracy. So thank you to members. And then, Chair, turning to the second set of remarks on behalf of the Council corporately, a few points to make, which is really that whilst local democracy is indeed important, as I've said, I equally can't understate the importance of civic leadership and providing the visible presence of the County Council at many important occasions, perhaps most significantly at the many citizenship ceremonies throughout this council term, particularly as we've sought to welcome new UK citizens into the county following the pandemic. So with that in mind, Chair, my sincere thanks to all the Council chairs and vice chairs during this term, particularly Councillor Dew as the current vice chair, and then particularly importantly, Chair, you as our outgoing chair, to say thank you on behalf of the Council and to take this opportunity to present you with your second past chair's badge, and also a small memento to commemorate your final tenure here as chair of Cambridgeshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you for those. I did say no to this actually, because I do already have one, but everyone insisted, so I shall wear them in tandem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So is there anybody else who would like to make any comment at this point in the proceedings? If not, I will conclude my announcements by saying I do hope that you will all join me for a lunch at 12:30 outside the Starling Room downstairs. Thank you all very much. The next item is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interest. Any declarations, please, members? Item 4 is public question time. This allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of 2 questions, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. Can I ask Dr. Haq Nawaz to come forward and ask his question? Thank you very much for coming along this morning. You're very welcome. Please make yourself comfortable, and when you are ready, if you would like to press the red speaker button on the console, we will all cross our fingers that it works, and you will have 2 minutes to ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you. My question relates to Section 106 monies. I would like to ask for a breakdown of all Section 106 monies that the county holds for education, health and roads. Why it hasn't been spent and the plans for spending it on each of the above. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nawaz. Commendably brisk. Councillor Netzinger, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Councillor Dr. Nawaz. It's very nice to see you here today. The Council does publish the level of funding secured through Section 106 agreements on an annual basis, and the latest version is available on the Council website, and I will provide a link to that report following this meeting. I think it would not be helpful for everybody for me to try and read out everything on it. I would like to highlight the following, though. While the total level of funding secured of around 87 million can seem high, many of these agreements have very long spending periods, many being for up to 10 years. Secondly, in an area of high growth like Cambridgeshire, there is a high level of Section 106 funding being received each year. For example, the total level of funding received in 2023-24 was just over 21.3 million. However, in the same period, the County Council spent 23 million. Have I got that right? 21.3 million was what we received, and what we spent was 23 million on the delivery of a variety of projects. The Council does have plans to spend all the remaining balances of Section 103 money in line with the timeframes outlined in each of the agreements. And as I have said previously, that can, in many cases, be many years ahead. So I hope that's helpful. I will send you the link, and I can provide you with a piece of paper on your way out if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Dr. Nawaz, do you have a supplementary question? You have up to a minute to ask.
Thank you. It's not quite what I'd expected. I believe, Chair, that any money unspent within a specific period returns to the developer. Given some of the GP surgeries, schools are oversubscribed and road conditions are very poor. And I refer in particular to the place that I live in Whittlesea. The road between Eastry and Whittlesea should be renamed as Pepper Pot Road. There's so many potholes in it. My question is that given that such oversubscription of surgeries and schools and roads in such poor condition, why hasn't with so much money, 82 million, I note the reservation by the
Dr.
councillor.
Nawaz, I must stop
But
you.
why
I'm
is any of this
there.
money likely to go back to the developer this or next financial year? Thank you,
Dr. Nawaz. I think Councillor Netzinger has enough to answer your question there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is certainly not the intention of the council ever to allow Section 106 money to be returned to developers, because that money is negotiated with great care and difficulty by the planning authorities when planning permission is granted. It is for needed infrastructure. On the rare occasions when it is not possible to spend the money in the way that it was intended, there are sometimes occasions when it has to be returned. And that is because Section 106 money is always allocated for a purpose. And if that purpose can't be, if it can't be used for that purpose, we're not allowed to redirect it towards other things. But it is absolutely our intention to always make sure that Section 106 money is used and is used within the time frame, and that we get that money from developers. And we have been working hard on that. Some of our councillors have been working extremely hard on it over the past year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nawaz, thank you very much for coming along this morning, asking your question. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
We move on to the next public speaker. Could I invite Mr. Phil Duff to come forward and ask his question? Mr. Duff, you're very welcome. Please make yourself comfortable. And when ready, if you press the speaker icon on your console, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
The figures I'm about to quote are taken from this land's own accounts, which they have filed at Companies House, thus making them public documents. Cambs County Council's solely owned company, This Land, has lost money every year since its inception 8 years ago, and has now lost over £50 million in total. These losses have accelerated to nearly £1 million per month in the last year. Bearing in mind the ever-growing gap between its liabilities of over 120 million and its assets of just 76 million, how much longer is the council going to allow this company to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Councillor Netzinger, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Duff. Whilst it is typical for a company of the nature of This Land to experience accounting losses in the early years of development, the wider economic situation arising from the pandemic, the Ukraine war, alongside the impacts on inflation and interest, have adversely impacted nearly every company in this sector. It is helpful, I think, to point out that the original plan was always a long-term one that saw the company that the company would deliver projects and a return by 2030, and that remains the focus of the company. The joint administration has transparently shared that it took a decision to support that delivery with a small additional cash flow to enable the company to progress its developments in response to those challenging economic factors. The company board has assured itself of the future solvency of the company, as it must regularly do, and I thank them for that challenging task. The County Council officers are diligently collaborating with the company to ensure the successful delivery of projects, and we also have a robust and regular governance check on it, including the newly appointed shareholder subcommittee, which continually checks and assures the performance and the business plan is achieved. We remain focused on ensuring that the overall long-term cash flow to the council from This Land is greater than its outflows, and while also realising the huge tangible benefits to our community that have been secured from the development of land and homes in Cambridgeshire.
Thank you. Mr. Duff, you have a minute if you have any supplementary or clarificatory questions.
The council's own auditors, KPMG, advised the following on This Land. The council does not have the suitable skills, experience to effectively manage the risks associated with a commercial private sector subsidiary facing significant financial cash flow challenges. On the evidence to date, they are stating the obvious. Or do you think your own auditors are wrong?
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Councillor Netzinger, you have 2 minutes to respond.
I won't need 2 minutes, thank you. I think it's always important that any public organisation takes the view of its auditors seriously, and we do take the view of our auditors seriously, and we have been reviewing the governance arrangements around this land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duff, thank you for coming along this morning. If you would like to make your way back, you are very welcome, obviously, to stay for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Right, thank you for everybody. We move on to item 5, which is petitions. This allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. We have received no petition. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, please raise your hand and I will add you to my list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to, do I need to do this? Do we all know this off by heart? Okay, I'm going to go really quickly. So point of order or point of personal explanation, you'll need to raise your hand. Don't press the button. I'll be very strict. Raising a point of order means the member believes there's been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law. I will require you to indicate which one you think has been broken. I will make a final decision. Point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will make the final decision. I'd like to remind you that if a member rises on either of these points or other indicates, any other member currently chatting should immediately shut up and sit down until the point has been determined. All speeches from members must be addressed through the chair. And I'd like to remind members of the LGA's Debate Not Hate campaign, which states debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy. Abuse and intimidation is not acceptable. The next item is 6A, a recommendation to full council from the Staffing and Appeals Committee relating to the Senior Manager Pay Data and Chief Officer Pay Policy Statement. I'd like to invite the Chair of the Staffing and Appeals Committee, Councillor Murphy, to move that the recommendation set out on page 2 of the agenda be adopted and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Black, to second. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to speak to these items. I'd like to speak to them both together, if I may.
Oh, I'm not sure that that's acceptable. Because of the way that the agenda runs. So if you're able to split them, otherwise you'll just have to say ditto when I invite you to speak next time.
I'm happy to deal with them separately. So the first item is it's a statutory report that we must do to be in compliance with demonstrate we're in compliance with the Local Government Transparency Code 2015. And the recommendation from Staffing and Appeals is for full council to approve this. And there is also a request to approve a particular acting up allowance, which I'll come on to. The Senior Officer Pay Data and Pay Policy Statement, you've had the full report. This, as I say, this is a report we are obliged to do, and in some ways it's a little bit anachronistic because it's all about being transparent about the number of staff we have who are paid over £50,000, a figure which has not increased with inflation. So unsurprisingly, every year a few more staff are reported as earning more than £50,000 in their total remuneration. But the reports we make the most of these reports and we get as much value out of them as we can. And the staff do put a great deal of time and expertise into making these as useful as possible. So some interesting points out of it, interesting from the committee's point of view, is that the current mean salary for the organisation is £35,700, and it's an increase of 2,161 from the previous year, and it's very much influenced, it's what we would expect, it's very much influenced by the cost of living increases that were effective from April last year. The median salary is 32,654, slightly different,
and it's a lower increase from the previous year, again to be expected. And we did question whether how Cambridgeshire fared compared to other councils to make sure that we are not out of line. And there has been some research to show that we are very much in the middle of county councils that are that are good references for us. The pay ratio compares the chief executive's salary and organisation's median salary, and it's essentially not different from previous years. And a copy of the chief officer pay policy statement is provided. It's been updated to reflect changes in job titles and responsibilities, but essentially it's the approach that the chief executive takes in terms of remuneration and other considerations in contract terms for senior staff. That was thoroughly reviewed by the Staffing and Appeals, and we do recommend it. I'll also come on to the acting up special responsibility allowance, which does require full council approval to go ahead. And that the argument is that the demands of local government reorganisation are really heavy, but hopefully not permanent. And they put a great deal of, take a great deal of time from the chief executive's normal workload, and often he is required to be in more than one place at a time, so cannot manage without some additional support. And the idea is, rather than have a specific role of deputy chief executive, there would be an acting up responsibility for a member of the senior team, which would be a matter that would be a member appointment to take place in the future should full council agree this. And the idea is that if a senior member of the senior team was approved to deputise for the chief executive, that they would get an allowance of £10,000 per annum for as long as this role was needed. So those are the recommendations around the chief officer pay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Black, would you like to second and speak now, or to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak now. Yes, Chair, the 2015 code is actually an outrageous piece of legislation enacted solely so that a right-wing think tank, the Taxpayers Alliance, could issue a biased press release every year, and I suspect we'll see another one this year. The Taxpayers Alliance is a limited company set up by a group of Conservatives which does not represent taxpayers, but campaigns for taxpayers to get less services from the state. It was set up with a director who lives in France and does not pay UK tax. It represents the interests of tax avoiders, which so often means tax evaders who have not yet been caught, rather than taxpayers. But I'd like to put what we have in front of us today in a little bit of perspective. You'll see this list has entry on it for some head teachers. But most of the schools that this council funds are academies. We would see much higher salaries there, and there are salaries of over £600,000 in some academies in England. And the biggest bosses who get this sort of money are often not teachers at all, but businessmen who may well know nothing about education. Where a council owns a bank or a property company, you could find some high pay, possibly excessively high pay. But apparently this is all right because it's the going rate for these sort of occupations. You couldn't get a banker to add up a column of figures for less. If we look at our biggest expenditure on social care, most of the public money goes straight through our hands to private care companies. Take one of the care companies with care homes in Cambridgeshire, not among the biggest, but about 30 homes nationwide, about 2,000 staff, 23 million turnover, describes itself as a family-run business. The chairman's net worth is $100 million. He lives in a stately home. It's actually the one that Michael Jackson was going to use for his last European tour before it got unexpectedly cancelled. So big enough for the entire entourage of Michael Jackson. His £30 million luxury yacht is currently at a marina near Marbella, Cayman Islands flagged.
I can't tell you how much he pays himself because the ultimate parent company is incorporated in Jersey, but that huge wealth is mostly funded by council taxpayers. So should the public feel that their money is going to make some people very rich? Well, yes. Should they be looking for excessively high pay on the list that we have as a result of the 2015 code? Well, not really. It is where things get put out to private tender that the public ought to be looking if they want to find any real scandals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Right. We are now Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. It's always interesting to hear the views of members such as Councillor Black, who's just spoken through you, Chair. And it was so far from the report, I wondered whether he was going to step in and say, actually, can we debate in front of us rather than what effectively was the language of jealousy coming through there. But, you know, I don't intend to jump up and down repeatedly on my last day of this term, shall I say. And so I decided to let it run. And I think anybody watching this public meeting will have a view on what we've heard so far, whether that was to do with the report or actually going off piece. I do actually want to comment on one piece of the report, and it's quite a specific reference. The individual is named. It's Peter Blake, Acting Director of the GCP, FTE salary 159,339, and it goes on to explain that this is a joint arrangement between the Cambridge City Council, Safe Cambs District Council, and Cambridgeshire County Council. And what it doesn't say, which I hope that I will get confirmed in the summation, is the fact that this is refunded in total to the County Council. Now, these are directly employed by the council on behalf of the GCP, which is not a body that can have direct employment. But I was very fortunate to sign off on the Cambridge City deal that brought £500 million to this area. And as part of that £500 million package, it allowed the county council to employ people to deliver the wishes that were needed in this area and get refunded for them. And I hope I get confirmation for that. It's not mentioned in the paper. And I just wanted to highlight here, because I think that the taxpayers of Cambridgeshire, particularly the ones that I represent, need to know that I am not party to taxing them for what is being delivered by the GCP. Because to be honest, for the last 4 years, there's very little that I've seen both in my area or even the residents of Cambridge City that have actually welcomed what is going on at the GCP and welcomed any spending on what is actually happening there. So I really wanted to reassure them that I've never been party to that, the direction of travel that's going, and nor are they being taxed for that. But it's actually just the original £500 million we secured for improvements that, in my view, is being wasted in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Councillor Murphy, I will call you as the last speaker, and it may well be that you are the last speaker. Anybody else? Right. Now is your opportunity to answer Councillor Count's question. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you very much. I would just like to remind members that all the ways in which we have to produce this data are defined by statute, and we don't pick and choose what we present. It is prescribed by legislation, actually. So we have to report what we report. It's there. You know, it's defined in legislation. If the legislation changes, if this government, for example, wanted to make a change, then you know, we could do so. We would obviously then be able to do so. But I do recommend the report, because I think one of the important things about it is that it isn't just given it's a statutory report and aspects of it don't make a lot of sense. It would be easy just to do a sort of rapid, you know, low value report on this, but actually our staff have really tried to make a virtue out of it and get as much value out of it as possible. So I would recommend it. And of course, the acting up, the approval for acting a senior member of the team to act up is very important for this council going forward.
Councillor Murphy, I don't think you exactly addressed Councillor Kant's question, so I wonder if you'd be kind enough to drop him a message about it subsequently. Right, I have no other speakers. Do I have any objections to this? Otherwise, I will take a vote. No? Anybody? I see no objections, so we will take that motion as carried. Good, thank you very much. The next is item 6B, which is the recommendation to full council from the Staffing and Appeals Committee relating to pay gap reporting. I'd like to invite the Chair of the Staffing and Appeals Committee, Councillor Murphy, to move that the recommendation set out on page 3 of the agenda be adopted, and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Black, to second. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. This is another statutory report that we are obliged to do, as we are an employer with over 250 employees. We're obliged to produce gender pay gap information, but we also produce ethnicity pay gap information, because it's very important to try to, as I say, make the most out of the reporting effort that is being made. But also this is an important area of disparity, which we would try to reduce. We have a headcount of 4,687 staff. There has been a great deal of work to improve the reporting, enhance the analytical capability, the data quality checks, and a larger proportion of the workforce are now included in this report. Some okay news is that the gender pay gap for 2024 hasn't really changed a great deal, but is stuck around just over 10%. The better news is that the ethnicity pay gap has decreased to 1%, or decreased completely when you look at median pay. We are obviously going to press on with the many initiatives and actions within the people and EDI strategies to improve these figures further. But the council, we're asking, the Staffing and Appeals Committee, as you can imagine, has had a very robust discussion about all these reports. And we are happy to recommend this not only for approval, but also for publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Black, would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right to speak, bearing in mind I'll be sterner, perhaps?
I'll speak now, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Black.
Yes, thanks. Yes, I'd just like to add a little bit to that. So we have some changes coming up on our pay gap reporting. It is a good thing to have a new government that is making positive improvements to workers' rights, and we should celebrate that after a dismal 15 years of change for the worse. I mean, I've for a long time argued for holiday pay rights to be enforced as strongly as national minimum wage rights. So I'm really pleased that's happening. I work on a 0 hours contract and look forward to new rules that will stop those arrangements being used in an exploitative manner. And we reviewed all these changes at the last staffing committee on the 25th of February. And a lot of the things that are done by this council, as a reputable employer, we're already doing things that the government is changing. But there's more perhaps going on with outsourced workers, which we'll talk about in a later motion. But the government has introduced a new duty on employers to inform workers of their rights to join a trade union, both in their written statement and at regular points during employment. Trade unions are democracy at work, and we should encourage our staff to join and to play an active role. And I was asking for this on the staffing committee a year ago. Now, at the council's meeting, in this same debate last year in March, I asked for disability pay gap monitoring in the same way as we do pay gap monitoring for gender and ethnicity. I'm therefore a little bit disappointed that we do not have some stats for this meeting to form a baseline so that next year we would be able to start monitoring progress on the disability pay gap. But anyway, the government has now legislated so that this council is going to do the things that I was asking for last year. I look forward to that, and I'm hoping that we can move forward and see ourselves making a positive impression. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Any speakers on this item? No, in which case I don't see any objections. If anyone disagrees, please raise your hand. No, I think that is, we will take that motion as carried. Thank you very much, everyone. The next item is item 7, which relates to local government reorganisation in Cambridgeshire, included in your council agenda from pages 28 to 53. I'd like to invite the leader of the council, Councillor Netzinger, to move the recommendation set out on page 28 of the agenda to be adopted, and ask the deputy leader, Councillor Moschini, to second. Councillor Netzinger.
Happy to move. Would you like me to speak to it now? Thank you. So I think most of us in this council will have felt less than delighted by the decision of the government to insist on reform of all two-tier areas of councils on a very tight timescale as part of the devolution bill currently before Parliament. As councillors, we are well aware of the crucial work done by this council, the importance of trying to manage our highways for less funding than they need, the critical importance of our children's and adult social care services, and of the crisis facing the SEND system. Trying to manage these key services and indeed improve them, while also carrying out the task of abolishing ourselves, is going to be a tough challenge. But it is the challenge we have been set by government, and we will attempt to do it by working together, cross-party, and by working with our colleagues in district councils and in Peterborough City Council. The reorganisation might not be what I or many others here would have chosen, but our primary duty is to our residents, and it is with their best interests in mind that I and other leaders across the Cambridgeshire area have been working closely together, and I hope we will continue to do so. Like many in this chamber, I have my own opinions on what a realistic or sensible option for reorganisation might look like. But whatever my personal opinions, I strongly believe that we need to approach this process by looking at the data on what configurations for new councils would be most likely to deliver high quality and good value for money local services for our residents. And with that at the front of mind, I'm pleased that local leaders are working together to develop shared data sets, and I will continue to support that process. I'll stop there for now, but I think I may have a chance to speak again later.
You will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moschini, do you wish to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak?
I will speak later. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. As a district council member, I've been involved in some of the debate about local government reorganisation, and I concur with our leader's observation that it will be very difficult to prove the financial gains that the government hopes. And our own chief executive has recently talked about a cost of £18.6 million to do this. And there will be less officers across the board in these unitaries, as well as less councillors. So there's significant questions arising out of this whole process. And in our deliberations, I would just suggest that we should put residents' needs against on the head of political advantage. And the other point I'd like to make is that we have a lot of officers who will be in a very uncertain position now about their own future. And from a personal perspective, I remember back to 1974, which was the last significant reorganisation, when my mother had to reapply for her own job and failed to get it. I mean, we were quite fortunate because she applied for a better job and got that one. So after a period of uncertainty, that resolved. But we should really just keep that in mind for our officer corps. I noticed that in this collegiate recommendation that our leader has just talked about, Councillors Bowden and Count, both, for example, at the district council meeting, spoke in favour of, for example, a Greater Cambridge area for one of the unitary councils. And I must say that the debate so far has been really quite encouraging, that we've put those party political aspirations to one side. But that's not always been the case here. So we should beware of the lure of being in power over what we do with that power. And going back to earlier, I won't be standing again this year, so this will be my last council meeting. Members will recognise that my wife notes that residents and councillor duties get priority over the list of do-it-yourself jobs, for example. and the call's at 11 o'clock at night without a reference to whether it's convenient to speak now. But it's been my privilege to represent the Shelford and Sawston division for the last 4 years, and I'm actually sorry to leave many of my colleagues behind. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, first of all, just to address paragraph 5.3 in this report about the risk implications. We most definitely are facing a very substantial strategic risk, in fact, a series of risks, so far as this process is concerned. So I welcome the statement that the Council is working to develop an LGR specific risk register, and also that we are reviewing the existing corporate risk register to ensure that LGR is considered within each of the current corporate risks. It is now, however, 3 months since the announcement was made by government that this was taking place, and it really is important that this process of developing the new risk registers is proceeded with as quickly as possible. And I very much hope that when we get to the stage of our first meeting, those of us who are still here, it may not be me, but when this council gets to the stage of its its first meeting after the elections, I very much hope that we will by that stage have developed the start of a risk register, and to ensure that the relevant risks are taken into account in the processes that we take as a council, because this council can't stop operating just because in 3 years' time it may no longer exist. We still have to do things, we still have to enter into contracts, we still have to enter into procurement processes, some of which will last for 5, 10, maybe even 15 years. So we can't stop doing that. But what's really urgent is that we need to develop a corporate policy in relation to LGR disaggregation, so that any new contracts that we enter into and any new procurement processes that we start take that very much in mind. And this needs to be led from the top. It can't be done on an individual service committee basis. We really need that corporate lead as quickly as possible, because we don't want to end up the way Northamptonshire did when it was divided into 2 separate unitary authorities. And when the county, Northamptonshire, was divided up, then all of its contracts had to be disaggregated, had to be shared out between the 2 new unitary authorities. And it literally took years for them to finalise all the disagreements they had about who had responsibility for what, who had ownership for what, and who had to take liability for what. And with better planning, that would not have been necessary. So we need to undergo that better planning now, so that the process of disaggregation, which will affect us all, that process is as seamless as it's possible to be. It won't be easy, but we need to make it as easy as it can be. And we don't merely have to consider the problems of disaggregation, but also reaggregation, because the likelihood is, the way in which government has set this up, that the city of Peterborough will be included with certain other parts of this county in a unitary authority. I'm not going to talk about boundaries, now's not the time to do that, but the way government has set this up, the city of Peterborough very likely will form a new unitary authority with some parts of this county. So we'll need to reaggregate the services that we have disaggregated in with Peterborough. And so the communication which takes place and the cooperation between ourselves and Peterborough in respect of new contracts and new procurement processes really is important for us to get into place as soon as possible. 3 years sounds as though it's a long way away. It's going to go amazingly quickly. And the sooner we start planning for this effectively, the better. And I have to say, I'm going back on a previous agenda item, and my apologies for doing so, Chair, but as a leader of one of the district councils in the area, I get to see maybe more than some about what the chief executive here at Cambridgeshire County Council has to do, as well as the other chief executives in our district councils. And I have to say that the amount of time and effort that this is taking at chief executive level and others is really substantial. And it more than justifies what has been already decided today about the acting up arrangement. But the danger that we've got is that we are going to spend so much time and effort and thought and planning for the local government reorganisation that we will end up dropping the ball on some of our services, and we mustn't allow that to happen. So keeping the capacity going, even right up to the end, is a really important thing to do, and I'm sure it will be one of the things which will be on the risk register, which is mentioned in paragraph 5.3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I must say I listened with great interest to Councillor Milne's comments, and I agree with a large amount of them. I think he's very perceptive, and I think we must look at this as this change coming up and think about all the implications that might come from this change. I happen to be also a member of a very small district council called East Cambs, and it's small, but I think it's beautiful. And I think the idea of having 500 or 500,000 people, 500,000 people being represented by one council is going to lose a lot of the service that councils should give to members of the public. I think, from where I come from, that the no % increase in council tax is really a good thing, and that can happen in small councils. I think free car parking is a good thing, and these are things that could be in danger. I think the fact that a small council can have no external borrowing is a wonderful thing. And I really believe that we should consider the confusion that I believe local government reorganisation will have on members of staff, the officers who work here. Their lives will be in turmoil and they won't know where they are. And I think we owe the officers here a duty, and that should be to make sure that if this, I would say, almost an Orwellian future awaits us, we should be very careful how we bring this in and think about. I can just see no more popping into the council office. I actually see, oh, listen to Elgar for 2 hours, get told your call is important, and then get cut off. That's what I see with large councils. I don't think it should be encouraged, and I think we should try and retain our personal touch and the way we look after members of the public, and we don't automatically subject our residents to the maximum council tax increase that the law allows, and we don't try and frighten people away from our towns by parking charges and penalties and a war against the motorist. I think this is a potentially disastrous thing, and all of us who remain must do our best to try and retain what is best out of the existing arrangements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Howard.
Good morning. Given the comment at the start of today's proceedings about how proud we are of this council, I think it's admirable how largely the discussions that have taken and are taking place are not just defending the status quo, but where we're trying to address where we best go in the future. I think there's been an element of defending people's personal roles and positions, but not too bad. And I would ask all members on all sides to respect that. This is a once in a generation chance that we have to affect local government in Cambridgeshire, and it's important on all of us to get it right. I'll say a few words about how the government has brought it forward, because it's not popular with everyone. I fully accept that. But the idea that we live in one of the most centralised states in Europe and that we should try and devolve power locally is a powerful and good idea. And therefore we must seize the opportunity, in my view, in order to do it. Some of the criticism has been about the government's pace in trying to undertake this. I was involved as a district council leader 30 years ago in trying to get my district council as close as possible to be a new unitary. I still have the scars on my back from the arguments that took place during those times. And I think the failure of that round of local government reform and the subsequent way it was rushed through in Scotland is informing this government's approach, and maybe it's the only one that can and will work. I do praise the fact that the leaders' meetings that have taken place appear to have done so in good spirit, and I hope that will continue. I sometimes sit in this chamber and hear a bit of an anti-Cambridge bias from the opposition, and I think we have to try and put some of those biases behind us as we go forward. I think we should also recall that for the first 2 years of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, it was an absolute battleground between the political parties to the service of no one in the public, and we have to try to make sure that we don't go there, and I'm deliberately not putting blame on that in how I address that today. In the paper that's put before us, I welcome the formation of the working group. On its composition, I'm slightly surprised not to see our friends in the independent group being represented on it. They've been an important part of the joint administration, and I think they should be an important part of the deliberations. I can understand why the Chief Executive is ensuring geographical balance in this, but there is a danger it will descend to be a sort of negotiation between different geographies rather than looking at the subject as a whole, and I hope that won't happen. And of course, the final decisions must come back to this council, and the terms of reference should be careful perhaps in trying to seek consensus and to avoid majorities forcing through potentially unpopular or extreme solutions. When I was a district council leader, we did an opinion poll which showed that most of the public in my geography thought that we ran the NHS. And that has been something that has guided me ever since on how remote these issues seem to the general public. And I hope this council will really champion the engagement with people over this and not just do a deal behind closed doors amongst politicians. And I think in section 3.17, it's very theoretical. What about community identity? What about where people live and feel they live as being one of those criteria? I would have liked to see this. In our recommendations, I caution against the loss of councillor numbers, not because we all want to be councillors, but because in countries like France, there are many more councillors than there are in Britain today. And it's a crucial job, and we have an important role in championing local democracy. We're not super managers, and we should be careful about streamlining that too far. I'm happy to support Councillor Bowden and what he says about interim arrangements. So as I've said to him before, the joint arrangements that we should be foreseeing shouldn't just be with any one authority, Peterborough, or anyone else. We're going to need those relationships with all of the authorities that are current entities within the county. But as I've said to the Chief Executive and repeat here today, there's a very difficult job for our officers to keep the show going on, to keep improving services in Cambridgeshire and to undertake this task. We wish them success in that, and we will do everything we can to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you, Chair. So, devolution. Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, they get parliaments, we get mayors. We get mayors who are unresponsive, who don't listen to us. So when we have legitimate issues and concerns, such as, for example, void scooters all over the pavement, it is impossible to get a response. That is what devolution and democracy looks like in England. And frankly, it stinks. It's something that people actually get on the doorstep. Why don't we have a parliament? No, we've got mayors, and the mayors are going to get more and more powers. And if we become a smaller number of unitary authorities, there will be fewer members of the combined authority board to vote with the mayor. It really stinks, and the whole thing stinks about the way it's been done. It wasn't in the government's manifesto. Why was that? Presumably because it's hard to get a whole load of campaigners going out and voting for you when they're being told that that local government's going to be exploded. We have so many challenges we face as a council. Fixing the roads, adult social care, children's social care, special educational needs, getting children to school. It's so difficult. This is not unique to Cambridgeshire. This is across the entire country. And what has the government done? The government's idea of the best way to fix this is just to put a bomb under local authority so that all we're going to talk about is ourselves for the next 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is. It's just ridiculous. In January, everyone in this room's heads was thinking about May the 1st and the elections. What we got from the government was you're being invited to submit a letter to carve up the county that you exist within. Can you come up with some consensus proposals? Well, you never get consensus in Cambridgeshire. It's just not going to happen. I think this letter is a good pragmatic response, but I do think the whole thing is ridiculous. We're also being asked, have we got evidence? Well, how are you going to get evidence in 6 weeks? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, and one of the government's main arguments for this is about saving money. It's not about democracy, it's about saving money. And the rhetoric is about reducing numbers of councillors. I am absolutely aligned with the voices on the other side of the chamber saying that that connection with your local councillor will be lost. And I think it's really sad. And the final thing I want to say is that if councillors are going to become more and more professional, Eric Pickles removed pensions from councillors. And I know this seems like a ridiculous, self-important sort of concern. However, it is really important. This is a job or a role which people do. They commit considerable amounts of time to. If anyone this council employed was not getting a pension, we would be standing up and rattling our sabres and saying this is so unfair. The MPs were happy to take pension rights away from councillors, and I think we should be arguing from them whenever we engage with the government on this matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I couldn't have put it better than what Councillor Hathorn has just said. I totally agree with most of what she said there. I mean, I will support the recommendation. It's very pragmatic. I do think something needed to be done. We've got too many layers of government. You know, if you look at Cambridge, you've got Cambridge City, you've got the county, you've got GCP, you've got the local joint area committee, and we've now got and you've got the CPCA as well. So I do think something needed to be done, but this has just been imposed by government with no discussion. Wasn't in the manifesto, but then this is what we're dealing with the Labour government. Lack of consultation. There's no consultation with members of the public. This is just being decided, and I welcome what the various leaders of the councils have done around the county. We're trying to make the best of I would say a bad job, but you know, best of what we dealt with. And it's so important, in my opinion, that I've got 11 parish councils, and I've discussed with every one of them, and just said, you know, this needs to be put out to members of the public, because at the end of the day, we're here to serve the public. We're here to provide services. So it's so important. Just touching on what Councillor Hunt mentioned, I mean, I'm also a double twin hatter, East Cambridgeshire. We're debt free. We've got some councils around the county that have got massive debts. How is that going to, you know, you go from all right, some of those debts are understandable. They're there for a certain reason. But again, how's that going to work? And picking up through you, Chair, Councillor Howitt, this is not devolution. It's actually the reverse. Because all that will happen is the government will deal just direct with the elected mayor. They won't have to deal with the unitaries, or in the case at the moment, the 6 councils that represent, or the 7 if you include Peterborough, that represent the area. So it's not devolution, it's actually the reverse. And then, as touched on, I mean, I've spoken to officers at East Cambs about what's the morale like, how are they feeling? And I feel the same for the officers here and all of the rest of them around the county, because their careers they're not certain. And, you know, taking through you, Chair, taking Councillor Milne's point, where, you know, that's a personal thing to him from his mother those years ago, that at the end of the day, the officers are here to to work for the public, but it's their careers as well, and that's what we've got to remember. And again, as others have mentioned, we've got to keep the day job going. Members of the public couldn't care less who empties the bins, who runs the library services, who fixes the roads, because they don't really understand it. And at times, possibly, we don't understand who does what. But it's important. We just got to keep those services on the road whilst this is going on. But we obviously have got to make a best of a bad job here, but it could have been done so much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I support a lot of what has been said by the various people who have pointed out the shortcomings of this process. There are very clearly benefits to unitarisation, potentially. And I certainly feel, as a member of both authorities, that district and county, that I have a much better overview of what is going on in my area, and I think I am better able to represent my residents because I have both of those perspectives. But I don't think that should be necessary. I don't think you should have to be on 2 authorities in order to get the whole picture, and I therefore think that in principle there is much to be said for unitary authorities. However, the arrangements that will be put in place as a result of this process may well last half a century. And given the longevity of what will be decided. I am appalled, frankly, at the Friday afternoon bodge job that is being made of this by the government. Absolutely appalled. I think that I'm not going to go into repeating what other people have said, but I do think that there has been little consultation, little preparation. There has been no obvious opportunity to address some of the very clear anomalies that exist around the fringes of county boundaries and even district boundaries. None of that can be addressed by this process, which is trying to use existing district councils as building blocks and do something quick and dirty. And that is a real opportunity missed, in my view, and will result in solutions being imposed that don't really fit. Just as a very minor practical point on the report, I believe that the arrangements for the working group at 3.20 just don't fit numerically. And I would therefore ask that those be revisited as soon as possible after the election, because it just doesn't work in terms of the numbers. But the more important thing is that we need the right options for unitaries on the table. We need sensible proposals, and there are some sensible proposals in among all of this, although we're not being asked to prioritise one over another. There are also some frankly ludicrous proposals. I think particularly what I call the mad butterfly Huntingdonshire East Cambs model, which has 3 miles of contiguity between the two halves, that consisting of the road at Erith Bridge, which is regularly flooded for large portions of the year. That makes no sense at all. There is a rumour that the government already has in its drawer a proposal of what the boundaries are going to be, and all of this debate today, the corresponding debates at district councils and at Peterborough, and the months to come is just going to be performative nonsense before the government tells us what the answer actually is. It's a waste of everybody's time doing it that way. I remain unashamedly supportive of a 2 unitary solution that unites East Cambridgeshire with South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge where it belongs. All our education, all our transport, all our health, all of those facilities, we look to Cambridge. We look to Cambridge for Hills Road, Long Road, Cambridge Regional College, the A10 runs down from Littleport right down through the district. The trains run from Littleport through Ely and Waterbeach down to Cambridge. We look to Addenbrooke's for our healthcare primarily. All of those reasons suggest that East Cambridgeshire is part of that nexus of district councils, and they really belong together. I cannot for a moment think that there is any sense in a solution which is going to unite Cheveley and Ashley and Stepchworth with St Neots or with Peterborough. So I very much hope, and I realise everybody's keeping cards close to chests at the moment and not upsetting apple carts and taking it slowly and all of that, but we will need, after this letter has gone in, to start focusing on a solution. And it's really, really important that we get the right one for our residents, because they will be living with it for 50 years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of good and sensible speeches coming out today, and a lot of opinions I agree with, some I don't agree with. I want to pay particular tribute to Councillor Hawthorne's speech. Very, very good, very passionate. Huge amount there I agree with. A lot of this is, in certain respects, the Titanic shuffling chairs whilst it sinks, because we know that the Labour government have said that we will actually have very difficult time with the funding, and all of these costs of reorganisation have to be met locally. Now, we know that the budget just passed, the joint administration did not put in sums such as 18.6 million that we've heard quoted. We know that when it comes to reorganisation, the cost should fall on us all. So in our area, the combined authority area, that'd be the districts, Peterborough, Cambridgeshire. When I think about that, Peterborough won't be able to put much money in. I think their position is quite well known. East Cambs and Fenland, very well run, very efficient. They're not exactly large enough. South Cambs, Huntingdonshire. Perhaps Cambridge City might be able to help out with their deep pockets, because we know they have money to spend, such as £50 million on the Guildhall and can charge £33 a day to go in their car park. So perhaps they can help a bit. But at the end of the day, most of these costs will be met through Cambridgeshire County Council in the long run. We've heard about the councillors and the democracy we have at the moment, and how this may lead to loss of democracy. Well, there are 330 positions of councillors at the moment across the county, Peterborough districts. That does not include town and parish. And so, as an example, I'm not promoting any particular model, but if you had 2 unitaries with 100 councillors each, that'd be 200, a reduction of 130. But actually, there's a difference between positions and numbers. So, for example, I'm a twin hatter, so I wouldn't say those figures are reliable. But when you cut down those people, you're losing a lot of corporate knowledge. There's a lot of disruption going on at that point in time. So how do we move forward without the disruption to the services that we need? And how do we move forward and still look after the people, our residents, at a local level? Because there is good and bad about this move coming forward. There is things that may be positive. I like the ideas of the concept of a unitary of the right size being able to deliver all of the services for its people. That could be an improvement of the right size. At the moment, there's obviously a barrier across organisations, but if it's the wrong size, it doesn't work. And I would say, even if it's the wrong population or the wrong people. So at the moment, when we spoke about Councillor, through you, Chair, Councillor Milnes mentioned that I spoke in favour of a Greater Cambridgeshire, i.e. Cambridge City and South Cambs authority. I didn't actually say I was in favour of that. I'm not going to put my head above the neck on any position at the moment. What I actually said was it makes sense that they should be allowed to be considered at 313,000 because of the 150,000 growth that's coming forward. So I say that you could make arguments for that, which goes to the size of the thing, whilst it should be around the 500,000 mark. You can make arguments in specific areas for differences. And in that particular bit, I said that one of the reasons where I would see a benefit to unitary is the fact that I have very little in common with my area and Cambridgeshire County Council. Now, when I was the leader, I found that very easy to cope with because I visited Cambridge City on a regular basis, South Cambs on a regular basis, Huntingdonshire, etc. I knew the entire area. When I try and talk about the differences of Fenland and the deprivation there, what I get is a lot of people referring to bookwork. We've read, we know all about your figures, with no understanding. I had one response. They'd been for a day out to March and taken their child to play with dragons at March Library, which meant they understood the issues in my area. I'm sorry, but they didn't. And I find that often when I speak to residents of Cambridge City and their councillors, that they really don't understand the differences in my area. So I'd welcome a change of the leadership provided for that area for the reasons that maybe they understood. When I talked about deprivation across the county, I was told by one councillor, it was in full council, Chair. So yes, there's deprivation everywhere across the whole of the county. And that individual mentioned 6 wards in Cambridge City and nowhere else to prove that. And that for me just summed up where we are. So I would welcome a greater voice for the residents that I represent, perhaps that are more aligned to their way of thinking.
Thank you,
now,
Councillor Count.
God,
I'm afraid
ready?
you've exhausted your 5 minutes.
I had another
We've been
to go.
gripped, and I'm sorry there was more to come, but perhaps you'll get another opportunity later on in the meeting. Councillor Goldsack, you're next. Perhaps might lend some time to Councillor Count.
Well, I could have done. Thank you very much, Chair. What a good debate. Can I just say that? What a really, really good, open and proper debate. So far, there's been no politics coming to the fore, other than maybe a couple of digs at the current government. Cambridgeshire needs local government reform. Okay, Cambridgeshire doesn't need reform. I'll leave that one with you. I want to go back on something that was said in the debate earlier about the familiarity with places like Cheveley and St Neots. I agree. I totally agree. Cheveley looks to Newmarket, which is Suffolk. And one of my big disappointments in this is that we haven't had the opportunity to look at the current borders. because I think we're missing a major point here. But it's the diktat from Central, and that's what will be, right? The second point I'd like to make on this is, I think even in our report, and I think the Chief Executive is doing a good job here, but even in our report, I think we're missing the single most important fact. How will this reform affect the people that live in Cambridgeshire? The people themselves. We are not talking about them. We're talking about it as if we know all the answers. Now, like most of you in the room, I've recently attended parish council meetings. I went to the parish council meeting in Isleham, part of the ward that I represent. And in Isleham, they'd got an actual agenda item to talk about local government reform and what it was going to do to impact them. And they asked me, as their county council representative, what can they do to affect this? How can they impact this? And all I could tell them was, you've got to write to Stephen Moyer, you've got to write to East Cambs, where you are, and you've got to share your views and opinions to make sure they're included. So I would actually ask us, as we move through this 6-month window to the new world or Armageddon, whichever one it is going to be, right? I think what we've got to do is look somehow to involve more of the general public and the general people out there that this is going to impact. Finally, on my points is the working party. I have some agreement, really, that I think the working party is a first stab, right? And it's at numbers. But primarily, I would say, I think the working party will have to be reviewed after May the 1st. It may be that those numbers are absolutely correct. But if we're going on representation, we don't know what that's going to look like after May the 1st. And actually, maybe, to bring the circle round in my little speech here, maybe there's an opportunity to get some public membership on that committee, going a little bit further. This impacts parish councils. I'm not repeating anything that other people have said here on levels of debt and impact on districts and twin hatters and all of that kind of stuff. But I do think that at the heart of this, whoever is got a hand on the steering wheel of this should never forget that this local government reform is to provide better services to those that we provide services for. And for have them not involved in the discussion, I just feel is actually we're missing something here. And I'd like us to think about that again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, I do want to say thanks to Ros again for her impassioned speech. I think she summed up a lot of our feelings in all of this one. I have to admit, unlike Councillor Goldsacks standing in the centre of the city, I wasn't expecting to be worried about reform myself, but now I do find myself worrying about reform in the case of local government reform. Now, there is no doubt in my mind that Cambridgeshire's rich governance environment doesn't quite function as we would all like, be it the GP. I was about to say GPC myself, but the GCP, the combined authority, the county council, the district councils. I myself have now been a councillor for 4 years and specialising in highways and transport. I still find it difficult at times to work out who is exactly responsible for each different part of it. And I have no idea how our local residents can do that. So when I heard about local government reform, I was at first excited. It is something myself I've been saying that we do need to look at having a unitary. However, my objectives in having a unitary would be about making local government far more understandable, far more transparent, far more functional for all of us and for all of our residents. However, it seems that the government at the moment doesn't have that as its core objective, and I think that is where this is falling down so much. The core objectives from government seem to be about finance and about speed, when for all of us, I think our core objectives need to be about delivering better services. And if we were thinking about that, I think a lot of the rules that we are currently using in this would not be the rules that we would choose. I mean, the simple fact that we're having to use districts as building blocks rather than using areas where people feel a sense of place and purpose just completely means that this once in a lifetime chance, as many people have said, to reorganise is going to mean that we end up with another organisation that isn't quite fit for purpose and that leaves us all again thinking, why on earth did we end up like that? That's not even to mention when we talk about money being the primary objective, it's the 18 million that's being lauded here as what it's going to cost us and how it is distracting our officers from delivering the services that we all really want. Now, it was mentioned by Councillor Sharp, and I agree with him here, that this doesn't even feel like devolution. It feels like a sucking up of power to the mayor. What we actually really want is devolution, such that decisions are made by local people in local areas. But we're not seeing that with this. We're seeing more and more powers given to mayors, which in Cambridgeshire's case occupies a very large area, which has a really different sense of place in different areas. Where you have a really large area with a central kind of sense of place, such as London, it's much easier to give that to the mayor. The mayor is, able to kind of represent everyone. Whereas I think one of the failures we've seen across the Cambridge and Peterborough combined authority area with our metro mayor is that the mayor is trying to govern a sense of people with a really disparate sense of self. And at that point, it becomes very difficult to define policy based on that. It just doesn't really work. And therefore, we need to be looking at that. The other thing that I did want to pick up on, though, is Councillor Hathorn's point of professionalisation of councillors. If this is again being used just to cut the number of councillors, I don't think any of us here in this room would say that we have a very small workload. I think all of us know that to be able to do a really good job of representing our constituents, it takes essentially being a full-time job. And yet we're not treated as if this was a full-time job. We don't get pensions. We don't get a lot of things that you would come with a full-time job. So if we are going to professionalise and essentially turn this into a full-time job, reducing the number of councillors, I really do think that central government needs to think again about what they want a councillor to look like and what they want the job description of a councillor to be. So I'm going to end by giving a little quote from the Matrix, which is, not like this, not like this. We do want local government reorganisation, but not like this.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you. When I was a geography teacher, a geography student, a 1974 Maud report was coming up, and it was a really useful exercise in geography and all fascination about where do you draw the lines, where are the networks, blah, blah, blah. But life doesn't work in hexagons like geographers try to. This is the second time I've been reorganised while a councillor. I was a city councillor, first in opposition and then in control, sort of. I feel really sad now that we seem to be coming to the end of the era of the citizen councillor. When I started off as a councillor on the committee on environment, I would be bringing in local understanding and getting some knowledge of his work, and was probably made a better councillor when we took control. In Cambridge, we managed to hang on to committees. And I think those are a very good way where all councillors, whether opposition or in power, actually learn about what's going on. Otherwise, you are very likely to have a whole lot of people taking power without the experience they need in the ordinary agenda, the items that come, and to feeling that you can make a difference. And this really does trouble me, that if you've got a large area, I think we can cope with that. I've learned to cope with a larger area in the county, and it's been a real privilege to go and visit all those interesting bits that I hadn't seen before. And you've probably guessed where I've been in the last few days, like Wisbech, for example. Really eye-opener, where I could be arguing with Lib Dems, who are definitely of their area, and find the differences there. Cambridge hasn't got all deep pockets, by the way, and I think it was quite right that Councillor Bulak did draw attention to that. I've had the same thing in Trumpington, where everybody assumes everybody lives in a big house. We know the granular area facts in our area. We know that one road will have a tremendous range of experience of life and and what their income is like. The citizen councillor, though, is something that is, I think, unfortunately, not sufficiently valued by the public. An awful lot of them assume we are professionals. An awful lot of them assume we have lavish salaries. I spend a lot of my time explaining to people from other countries who have become citizens here. I'm actually the only one of our 4 councillors that hasn't passed the citizenship test in Trumpington. And I spend quite a lot of time explaining that to people. And in our group of 4, we spend a lot of time explaining to one another how our individual councils work. And I do like the idea of unitary, because that second bit will not be necessary. We'll all work out how to deal with an overhanging vegetation over the pavement and know who can sort it out. The first bit, though, I don't want to have to. I would be sorry not to have to explain it again. But if we have smaller numbers and heavier areas of responsibility, we will need to pay people properly. And there won't be enough people ready to be exploited, as probably everybody else in this room is exploited to a degree, because we will need to pay more. And then we do start becoming professional politicians, and the relationship is very different. And I will regret that, but I don't think it's going to be avoidable. I do hope we can do some tweaking, but I'm not optimistic. And I wish everybody well in this council, because I've heard things I agree with from everybody from all sides of this chamber. And thank you very much for working with me on some of the things where we shared interests.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter. Councillor Whelan.
Thank you, Chair, and if you'll excuse, I will remain seated. There are great benefits of a unitary authority, but this does need to be done correctly. There have already been some good things said this morning, and I do not wish to repeat any of those. There is no doubt that the challenges, the cost and the risks involved in LGR are enormous, especially with such challenging timescales. I fear the risks of reduced councillor numbers placing higher challenges on individuals who stand. There's also the impact on parish councils. Will there be increased demands on them? What is their position in all of this? None of that has been made clear. None of that has been talked about. But at the same time, we're also facing other major reforms, such as pension fund reform. As an administering authority of the Cambridgeshire Local Government Pension Fund, where will that now sit? Which authority is that going to go to? How is that going to happen? I would expect the cross risks to form part of the risk register, not least of which, which of the new authorities is going to manage that. There are undoubtedly lessons to be learned from the experience that Northamptonshire had, and obviously the officers are present who were part of that. But I think it's really important we do not lose sight of all of these risks, and we also remember that these reforms must be done to suit our residents and not to suit us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. I do support the approach taken, and I align myself with many of the comments that have been made already, but I just wanted to introduce into this debate some of the evidence that it's very disappointing, but the government doesn't seem to be interested in. So there's been a lot of research into the size of councils and whether unitaries actually produce more efficiencies and reduce costs and so on. Because of course there's the legislation on which we're doing unitarisation was introduced in 2007, and of course there was the Banham Commission in the 90s. There's been a lot of research and a lot of examples and test cases. So the upshot of the literature is that on the one hand, efficiency, effectiveness and performance, size doesn't actually matter. It's a long-held conviction that increasing the council size can improve efficiency, effectiveness and performance. But there's literally no evidence to support that. It just isn't a valid assertion. On the other hand, local democracy, size does matter for local democracy. The literature is really consistent in its findings that increasing the population or geographical scale of local government units actually damages democratic criteria, for example, turnout, public trust in councillors, public trust in officers, levels of engagement, contact between citizens and councillors, contact between citizens and council officers. So it is really disappointing that the sort of proposals that are being considered, despite there being no research showing large unitary councils are inevitably better than smaller or two-tiered systems, and despite the weight of research indicating that larger councils can damage local democracy, that the government continues to exhibit a preference for large unitary councils. I very much regret this, but I feel that we are in a position where we have no choice but to take the course we are taking. But I very much, it's hard not to come to the conclusion that this government is not a government that supports or even particularly understands local government.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goff.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the key question with this reform is the one which Councillor Goldsack and many others have raised, which is how to improve things for the residents of Cambridgeshire. Any reform presents challenges and it presents opportunities. And I think the key to this is this will not succeed or fail simply by the mechanics of how the lines are withdrawn or how the boxes are rearranged. This will primarily succeed or fail whether the soft part of the change and the way in which the new emerging organisations work can work better for the residents. And if we can use this, and the people who are involved in this reorganisation can use it as an opportunity, the actual costs of reform will be trivial in comparison to the benefits. There are things which can be improved. Too often, as some of the councillor colleagues have mentioned, there's confusion in the public about who does what. Even as councillors, we often have confusion as who's responsible for what, who it is who does what. And I think, therefore, there's a couple of things I would like to point out to the parties who are responsible for this reform to maintain and bear in mind. One is that it's really important that the human scale of whatever emerges from this reorganisation is preserved. That whatever the entity is which the public look to, it has to be relatable. They have to feel some connection and some human connection to that entity. And that's not simply about drawing the lines. It's about how that entity actually operates and engages with the local community. And secondly, I think, is how we actually, through this reorganisation, improve the connectivity between the public and what they see happening as the council. I think as councillors, we often, I think, have been frustrated, all of us, by the fact that sort of local knowledge does not necessarily translate to the decisions which are made in the council. How can we use this reorganisation to actually improve that connectivity, make that accountability better? And if we manage to do that, then to answer Councillor Goldsack's challenge, we will improve the situation for the residents of Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm all for this. I think this is wonderful that we're going to go for unitary authority. I think it's absolutely excellent. I think it'll be a one-stop shop. You don't have to try and find which councillor is in charge of what area, in charge of which patch of land. The actual residents can go to one person, and that one person should, by all, be a one-stop shop. What's wrong with us being professional? We might not be professional in time. Many of us, myself included, have other jobs. But we should be acting as much as possible in a professional manner. And if this professionalises our particular, shall we say, role, then good for us. We are even more committed towards the actual residents. We live in exciting times, Chairman.
How true. Councillor Howell, how true. Right, anybody else wish to speak on this item before I call Councillor Moschini? No, good. Councillor Moschini, you a long time ago said you would second and reserved your right to speak. So now we are at that moment.
Feels like a long time ago, doesn't it, Chair? Thank you. This has been really wonderful, really illuminating. Really good debate. It's more or less what I expected, which is good. I'm not. If all that we're taking home, oh, sorry, it does not work. Sorry. Right, I'll sit down. I don't like sitting down. If all we're taking home from today, this is necessarily quite preliminary, but if all we're taking home is a general sort of, yes, we approve of the principle, but oh my God, please more consultation, or please not like this, I'm fine with that. I can live with it because that's absolutely always what you're going to get. you're never going to have consulted enough, and there's always going to be something else that was going to be better and that you haven't considered. So I'm not worried about that at all. Who doesn't love a bit of local governance reorganization? I'll have my hands up. No, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I think it absolutely generally results in far too much time being spent by councillors talking about themselves, which is never usually a good use of our time. However, it is going to be at particular points in history necessary, and this is one of them. It's become very clear over the last few decades that the future is indeed unitary. It's going to be increasingly more unsustainable for areas to have two tiers. We were never going to be able to resist it. And in fact, it was probably going to happen in some way, shape or form anyway. And it was always at the point that it happens going to be felt like it was going to be too quick. So again, that's not something I'm particularly worried about. I think it has been clear over the past couple of decades really, that if you're going to do wholesale development of a whole area, let's not forget that if we had a properly sized unitary authority in the geography, the Conservative government of the time would not have had to set up this massive evil that was the GCP, because if you have transport planning and roads under the same authority, you don't need a joint committee. And that's part of the reasoning why this is eventually going to have to happen anyway. On the more consultation point, I mean, I have to say, I'm afraid I don't have a lot of patience for that, because, I will always remember I was a new councillor in 2017, when probably still the biggest government reform involving local government took place. We had the revenue support grant taken away from us. Everything that we have done in the last few years has been shaped by the way that we do our budgets. Where was the consultation when government took away the revenue support grant? I have absolutely no time for that. I mean, we are going to be consulted. We are going to have, this is local government led. We are going to be proposing things, and they will be taken into account. As to whether everybody will get exactly what would make them happy, probably not. But we will see. And I think it's absolutely right and proper that this is left to the next council to do rather than us. They will have the mandate to have the hopefully not too bloody battles that are coming over the maps and what they look like. At the moment, all we have to do is make sure that we keep the seats warm around the table for when those discussions will come to a head. And I'm very pleased with where we are today, and thank you everybody for the points made.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
I don't feel I need to add anything. I think a lot has been said, much of which I agree with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. In which case, we now move to a vote. So it seems to me there is general consensus to support the recommendations, despite the fact there is also general consensus that this is not a terribly good idea. Have I got that about right? Hang on. Okay. So does anybody disagree with that? In which case, we will take that motion as carried. Thank you very much. We move on to item number 8. I move that the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in the report on pages 54 to 59 be approved, and invite the Vice Chair to second. Seconded. Anybody wish to comment on this? No, in which case we will take that motion as carried. We now move on to written motions, and 5 motions have been submitted. So I'm now going to take the sense of the council chamber. Would you prefer that we adjourned now for lunch, assuming that's possible? Or we can start a motion if you like. It's Councillor Bulat. You want lunch? Yes. Okay. Right. Councillor Goodliff has indicated her desire for lunch. So it is 18 minutes past. So I would invite you, please, 19 minutes past 12, if we could reconvene at 20 past 1. Thank you very much. And please do join me downstairs, everyone. With so many absences, you're all going to have to do quite well on the old. Councillor Goodliff, this is your chance to shine by eating all the sandwiches. Right, colleagues, let's make a start. If you could take your seats. I'm speaking very loudly so everyone outside can hear me. Some of them can hear me.
Someone can't hear you, but over talking.
Are we expecting Councillors Bowden and so well, Councillors? Yeah, okay, all right. Right, okay. Well, I don't suppose we can start without the Chief Executive, so I shall wait a moment.
I think I was in the loo and he couldn't get in.
Right. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone who organised or was involved with organising the lunch. Very much appreciated. Michelle, was that you mostly? Well done. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next item is item 9, which is written motions. 5 motions have been submitted. I'd like to invite Councillor Alex Bulat to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 3 to 5 of the Council agenda. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. Imagine you've been away for a few days and you come back home late at night, and when you turn onto your street, it's flooded. And you get to your house, the water is all over the place, your furniture is damaged, appliances are destroyed, and you even have structural damage to your walls and floors. You don't know in that moment where to even start, who to call, and where to go that night. Later on, you might ask yourself if there's anything you could have done better to prevent this, perhaps reading up some of the resources from the brilliant Flood Mary website. Would this have helped? You'll ask who is responsible for what happened. But in that exact moment when you're seeing the flooding, it's likely to be one of the worst, if not the worst experience of your life. A sense of crisis, of loss, of fear, and uncertainty. Like many other councillors in this room, I spoke to residents who have experienced this themselves, and they ask what can be done better at the county council level on flood mitigation. I also speak to people who luckily didn't have that experience, but flooding is on their mind as a main issue, if not the main local issue that concerns them. Very close here to New Shire Hall, we have the Alconbury Brook Flood Group, one of the many local flood groups alongside other areas who take the action locally and support vulnerable members of our community. And I thank to everyone who is involved in those local flood communities. A few miles from the council, one can see the impact of flooding in Brampton, St. Ives, or Little Paxton, which I'm sure Councillor Ferguson, who will be seconding this motion today, will have a lot to say on. Flooding visibly affects many of our roads, but also major infrastructure. If you use the busway from St. Ives to Cambridge regularly, you will see flooding worsening over the last few years. Sometimes while I'm on the bus, you can see ducks swimming or not supposed to be a main active travel route for cyclists and pedestrians alongside the busway. So there is a need for better solutions on flooding. Many solutions are long overdue in many parts of the county. Chair, I did write this motion for the previous council meeting a few months ago because I noticed how perhaps some politicians in our area seem confused, deliberately or not, over the role of the county council on flood mitigation. And I thought it would be good to have a debate on this topic to highlight some of the things we've been doing locally and the role of the county council, part of a multi-agency response. So let's put this on record first of all. The county council is designated as a lead flood authority, but the lead being in the title can make sometimes people believe that the county council is the only one to hold responsible or to blame if something goes wrong. The reality is that on the ground in a flood event, the response is coordinated through the local resilience forum. It's a multi-agency response, as it should be, and the motion seeks to constructively provide some information for residents and for anyone commenting on this topic, highlighting the role of the county, but also our district and city partners, the Environment Agency, Anglian Water, the internal drainage boards, and other stakeholders involved in those responses. There are some good developments by government in this area. I welcome, for example, the launch of the new Floods Resilience Task Force and the fact that the Environment Agency's budget for this year is increased compared to last year. And this reflects the fact that the agency's costs and responsibilities have so far grown at a much faster pace than the budget allocated to them. I also welcome the recent announcement from DEFRA on additional funding for authorities facing high internal drainage board levies. While there is some good news at the national level, at the local level, the needs are clear from residents. keeping up with the highways maintenance, including clearing gullies, and ensuring that our residents have access to information on how to prevent, if possible, or react to the impact of flooding where this occurs. Therefore, the motion's recommendations focus on a few things we can do locally, including a revised communication strategy for residents, building up on the work we've already done, including a dedicated online flood risk resource similar to the Flood Hub, and identifying the areas of flood risk who don't have community flood action groups and supporting those communities to set up such groups, because it's really essential to have local knowledge and the ability to provide fast responses. So my thanks go to everyone involved in the local forums and flood groups across the county, including the new groups that are looking to be set up. This is my last motion of this administration, and of course it does involve a last letter to relevant ministers sent by the chief executive, this time on the need to highlight the need for national investment in watercourse management infrastructure, and particularly the need for flood elevation projects to provide better value for money and to be less cumbersome for applicants. So I'm looking forward to the debate. I know many councillors have a lot of experience in this area, and I hope everyone can support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bulat. Councillor Ferguson, you've been nominated to second this, it would appear. Do you want to speak now? Or?
I will second it, but I will speak later, please, Chair.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Ferguson has reserved his right to speak, so I have an amendment. Councillor Sharp, I understand you are moving an amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councillor Bulat for the motion. I broadly agree with everything she's saying and in the motion. I'm just trying to add one thing which I think should be included, and I think it affects all residents. What it does, it leaves out the funding issue around internal drainage boards, which do an important work on water management around the county and around the country. The current funding arrangements for internal drainage boards is in need of change, as currently IDBs can raise a levy on the relevant council for whatever amount it requires, there being no upper limit, a limit over which that council has no control. The Local Government Association has formed a special interest group which has been meeting for about a year, well, probably about 18 months now, with over 40 councils represented who are affected by the current funding arrangements. This is a cross-party group and it works very well. I'm the East Cambs rep on that group. And the group has lobbied the previous government and the new government, including we've had 2 successful events at the Houses of Parliament lobbying MPs. I did attend one of those. We have achieved something in that the previous government did give a grant of 3 million and the new government have also followed up with that as well. So that money is very grateful to those councils, but it's clear it doesn't go far enough. As an example of the financial issues, some Lincolnshire councils in neighbouring county are facing and have incurred IDB levy increases higher than they are legally able to increase council tax, so that affects their residents. Councils in Cambridgeshire have faced high increases, but especially East Cambs and Fenland have been able to deliver those without actually having to increase council tax. I do ask that there needs to be a review of the funding arrangements of IDBs, which ministers are aware of, because certainly the leaders of the special interest group have met with ministers, both previous government and this government. And all my amendment is asking is that we add that to the letter to the Secretary of State, because I think it's a related issue to water management around the county and neighbouring counties as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor French, are you seconding this? Would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I fully support the motion and also fully support the amendment. In Fenland, we have 32 drainage boards, and we've been very fortunate we haven't... Sorry? Oh, I'll sit down. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Yes, I'm more than happy to second the amendment, and I fully support the actual motion. Fenland, we have controlled by middle level 32 drainage boards, 10 of them which I actually sit on. it has been coming over the many, many years, the amount of money that we're having to pay, and we've managed to pay this money without having to put our council tax up. In 2003, 4, it cost us £1.7 million. In 24-25, 2,251,000, and the expected for 25-26 is 2,468,240,000. I fully support this, and I would appreciate if this is added to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been lucky enough in the last 4 years to serve on the Regional Flood and Coastal Committee. And in that role, I've been lucky enough to see the fantastic work that IDBs do in keeping most of our county from being underwater. So I'm kind of surprised at this amendment, which really talks about funding cuts. I mean, I'm in favour of them getting fairer funding, but without the IDBs, lots of Fenland, lots of Huntingdonshire, lots of East Cams would be underwater. So I'd suggest to Councillor Sharp, through you, Chair, that rather than going to events at the House of Commons, he should visit St Germans pumping station, which pumps 6 million litres of water a day during flooding events, and is what keeps, you know, whole of North of Huntingdonshire, whole of the Fens from being underwater, and is funded by IDBs who are facing incredible stresses on their costs because of the energy, the price of energy. They have to run massive pumping stations. It's getting more and more expensive, and I think they need our help and our solidarity rather than suggesting funding cuts. Also rather surprised by the political addition to this motion about flooding, talking about 0%.
Councillor Ferguson, sorry, Councillor Sharp has made an intervention.
Can I have a point of explanation, Chair?
Go ahead.
With respect to through you, Chair, with respect to Councillor Ferguson, my amendment is not talking about funding cuts to IDBs. It's actually the reverse. What I'm saying is that at the moment, the money comes via, the levy comes from councils who are increasingly having to pay more. There should be a better way of government actually funding those rather than it coming through, whether it be a separate precept or something else. I'm certainly not talking about funding cuts at all. The IDBs, they do an incredible job.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp, for clarification. Councillor Ferguson, would you like to continue?
Thank you for that clarification, which I note. I'd just like to address the political points you've included in this motion about flooding, about 0% council tax rises, particularly in Fenland, as an example of good financial management. I think what Councillor Sharp, through you, Chair, has to recognise that a 0% increase on a large number is still a large number. Fenland has by far the highest council tax precept of any of the districts in the county. It's 53% higher than Huntingdonshire, so it's £255 as opposed to £166. And so if Fenland were to postpone council tax rises for a foreseeable future, it would take 15 years of maximum council tax rises for Huntingdonshire to catch up with that precept. So I'm not prepared to vote for a motion which is claiming somehow that Fenland has exceptional financial management, because I don't think that's true, so I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks for the clarity. I was sort of getting a bit lost in my own head then, so thank you. Just for disclosure, I've been a member of the IDBs in Saltram Wood Walton for a number of years, and I want to just take a moment to highlight an issue that often goes unnoticed, and I welcome the motion amended and as it stands. But there's a future resilience issue that's coming over the horizon for us in relation to the internal drainage boards and our ageing pumping stations that we heavily rely on. Many of these pumping stations are decades old, some even dating back over a century. They were built in a different era with different expectations, and yet they remain the backbone of our flood management system. Without them, vast areas of farmland, homes and businesses and our infrastructure would be a constant risk from rising water levels. We see the pumps are running more than ever than we've seen before because of the rainfall. But the reality is these ageing systems are increasingly fragile. The risk is twofold. First, the failure of these pumps due to age and wear would have catastrophic flooding events. Second, the financial burden of replacing them. The cost of these to IDBs simply cannot be afforded if they don't get a significant investment. We are facing a perfect storm. Climate change is increasing, the frequency of extreme weather events putting greater pressure on these ageing systems. At the same time, funding for drainage and flood resilience is stretched to the maximum. If we do not act now, we risk a catastrophic failure that could have been prevented. We must push collectively for greater support both from the government and through strategic partnerships to modernise our drainage systems, our drainage infrastructure before it's too late. Proactive investment is required now for greater future savings, both from financial and a human perspective. So I will be supporting this amendment, but if we can't support it, then I will support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Councillor Slatter.
Yes, thanks to Councillor Boulat for the motion, which is an area I have absolutely no experience of, flooding. What I spend my time in Trumpington is trying to do the sustainable urban drainage bit properly so that we're good neighbours rather than sending floodwater down the rivers, but understand the tides do have a part to play. I've learnt from reading the motion and I've learnt from reading the amendment. I could do without the last bit after the words, so it is a sign of good financial management, but in the spirit of working together, I'll ignore that because I quite like to vote for the amendment. Because I think it is, as Councillor Boulat said, to draw attention and to inform, as well as to give the Chief Exec another job to do with his pen. I noticed he had it out ready. So, as I say, I think it's a little bit unhelpful to put that last bit in, but if you couldn't help yourself, fair enough, and I'd be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Slatter, for your support for this amendment, sticking to the brief. I do think, just on that last comment, the good financial management is something that we should recognise. When you think about East Cambridgeshire District Council and Fenland District Council coming up with zero council tax increase 8 years in a row and 11 years in a row, that is down to good financial management. And it starts off from a political belief that actually
Sorry,
do
Councillor
everything
Count.
you
I think Councillor Slatter is staging an intervention.
I believe the point of personal information, but I'm not sure, I've never done it before. But essentially, I understand that local government is a choice between good causes. In paying for the internal drainage board, you are not paying for something else, and I regret that. But I would leave it at that rather than making unhelpful and incomplete comments in the middle of a motion amendment, which I am prepared to accept even so.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter, for that clarification. Councillor Count, would you like to continue, please?
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I do recognise that sometimes financial choices are doing away with something, but both those councils are regarded in very high regard by their residents and the services they deliver. So it's actually, I was going on to the political beliefs. When you start off saying looking for efficiencies and delivering the best value for management for money, it's actually a different starting point that you have in those two councils, where some councils, it's let's put up the council tax by the maximum possible and see what services we can deliver against that. But going back to the point, there was a real sense of misunderstanding coming from Councillor Ferguson's speech through you, Chair. First of all, the misunderstanding that somehow this amendment is arguing for less money. It's actually agreeing with the main motion. We need more money for our flood defences for various different reasons. And it's simply unsustainable to keep putting it on through the district councils. Now, we know with local government reform, they won't exist anymore and the county council won't exist anymore. That will mean that unless there's reform from government about the way that these IDBs are funded, that will simply pass on to the new organisations in the same way. Now, just to give you some figures there, so not the ones mentioned, but one borough council has 22% of its budget goes to the internal drainage boards. 58% of its entire council tax base goes on internal drainage boards. Now, when you get to that level, you can't talk about local choices of any degree whatsoever unless the government reforms the way they're funded. And that is essentially what this amendment is about. I'll talk about the main motion later on. But another thing that seems to be a misunderstanding is when you start off with a lot, 0 times a lot is still a lot. I'm sorry, but somebody went to a different school to me. 0 times anything.
Councillor Ferguson, would you like to make a point of personal
explanation? And I won't be lectured on maths by Councillor Count. A 0% increase on a large amount is still a large amount, is exactly what I said. Thank you.
Councillor Count, would you like to resume?
Yeah, thank you for that. So
there's 5 motions this afternoon. I just want to remind everybody.
So So apart from a lesson on maths that may or may not be correct according to Councillor Ferguson's view of the world, the point is the tax base for Fenland is very low. What we're talking about here and what was used as an example of what was going on was actually the tax rates for various band houses. Now, because Finland has such a high amount of band A and band B houses, the actual the tax base is very low when compared to other authorities. So you're comparing apples and pears. So shall I say we can agree that a 0 times a lot of pears as opposed to 0 times a lot of apples is something quite meaningless, as was the speech
Should we
on
get back
that
to
subject.
flooding, Councillor
Sorry?
Count? Let's stick with flooding.
Okay. So on flooding, I shall talk about that more in the main speech, the main motion, which I'm going to support. But on this amendment, it is a very, very simple amendment, forgetting the point that Councillor Slatter rightfully raised about whether it's good financial management or not. It's simply an addition to the letter, which does talk about the funding for the Environment Agency, how that receives its money. This is to say, please add in the bit that we cannot keep funding internal drainage boards the same way because it's unsustainable in that way with the duties they have to perform. So it's a very easy amendment, and not supporting it really would be a confused message that, in fact, it's not us talking about cutting funding to IDBs, it's those that don't support this letter that would be.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's absolutely right that there is a significant problem with the way IDBs are funded and the impact of that on local authorities. That is generally well known and particularly acute in some parts of the country, particularly some parts of Lincolnshire, but not only Lincolnshire. Unlike Councillor Slatter, though, I'm not prepared to overlook that section about it being a sign of good financial management, because that completely negates all the rest of the amendment. Either it's an undue pressure on the council tax and a considerable financial burden on these councils, or they can just be well financially managed and it's not a problem. Now, I'll set aside for a moment whether East Cambs and Fenland are financially well managed. That's a separate question entirely. But it just is internally contradictory. Either it's a problem or you manage your finances well and it isn't a problem. If it's a problem, then absolutely we ought to be doing something, and I believe it is. But if it can just be managed by managing your finances well, then we shouldn't be writing to anybody about it at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have nobody else who's indicated to speak on the amendment, and so Councillor Dr. Boulat, if you'd like to sum up on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who spoke on this amendment, and to Councillor Sharp and Councillor French for proposing and seconding the amendment. I have to say, on the addition, if it was only the addition to the letter, I agree with the point. I think the funding arrangements need to be reviewed, and I have nothing against adding that bit in the letter. The problem is that if we're voting for this, we're voting for the entire addition, which makes, of course, a value judgment on whether finances are managed well or not well, and if we want to make this motion non-political, we shouldn't have included that bit, right? I mean, the amendment would have read very well, only with the addition at the end, and with the additional paragraph under the council expresses concern, stopping before. So this is a sign of good financial management. So I'm not happy to put my name saying, like, I think, my opinion is that those district councils are managed in the right way or wrong way, because that's not the job of the motion. It was about flooding and what can we do at the local level, and I don't think that bit is necessary. So I can't support the amendment myself, but I thank everyone who proposed it, who have different views on this. That's fair enough. If it doesn't pass, I'm still happy to discuss whether we can still include that bit to the letter, on the specific letter ask, without creating any unnecessary political points on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to take
Chair.
Councillor Count.
This point of order, if that is the way that Councillor believes, she can, as an alteration, take the rest of those words out, announce that here today, and then we can all vote for this.
I mean, I'm happy to keep the recommendation, the council resolve that the last bit that you've added, as long as we're not making debates on council tax.
sure we'd be perfectly happy with that. Thank you. Can we take that as an alteration so we don't need to vote?
No, hang on 1 minute, because I need to be clear about what the alteration is. Am I dropping the paragraph that starts for district councils and ends with to their residents? So I'm dropping that paragraph, all of it.
So looking at the first edition, I mean, I think if the purpose of the amendment, if the main purpose was to add to the letter the issues around the funding of IDBs, let's maybe keep the recommendation, so the last bit, without getting into the debate on whether we should add the context or our judgments of different district councils.
So, Councillor Sharp, you had an intervention. What is it, please?
I was just going to, in practicality, the intervention would be, and I accept and thank Councillor Boulat for that. If we take the bullet point starting for district councils and then ended at where there's a comma, this places the considerable financial burdens on those councils, full stop, and then delete the rest of it. Is that acceptable to council? Because I think this is an important issue, and I'm glad that members on all sides are seeing this as one. So if council are happy with that, if chair, through you, chair, if you're happy to take that, so we just delete, so it is a sign of good financial management, etc., down to the bottom of that paragraph. That then, I think, then emphasises the 4 district councils within Cambridgeshire who have got financial burdens, but doesn't make it political. And then the last paragraph of that, including that in the letter to the Secretary of
Thank
State.
you for that, Councillor Sharp. As the seconder, Councillor Ferguson, did you want to add anything at this point?
Having listened to the debate and recognising the good intentions of the opposition, I will happily accept that amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And I just want to take a little legal advice. Good. Well, that all seems very clear now. So I am, in that case, just to remind you that Councillor Boulat has accepted or proposed an alteration, which has been accepted by the proposer of the amendment, which is that the paragraph in bold at the very end is included, and the paragraph in bold at the bottom of page unnumbered, God's sake, is accepted up to the point of this places a considerable financial burden on those councils, full stop. Okay, good. Everyone's in favour, are they?
What?
Right, we're going to, having accepted the altered motion, we are not going to go to a vote, are we? We're going to go to a substantive debate. There is a protester against the amendment, the alteration, yes. So I have to take a vote on the alteration. Okay, everyone, we're taking a vote on the alteration. Councillor Bradnam, did you want to speak to your objection? Well, no, you don't have to, honestly. We're really and truly, no. Okay, unless there's something... Okay, Councillor Bradnam.
I sit on the IDB, the Waterbeach level IDB, on behalf of South Cambs District Council. And I don't agree with many of the things that the Conservatives said, but one of the things the Conservatives said was that without the IDBs, a lot of this area would be underwater. Now, the reason there has not previously, I suspect, I'm speculating, but I suspect the reason there has not been a cap on this is because one cannot quantify how much you are going to have to pump, how much your energy costs are, and yet this still necessarily needs to be done. So actually, I don't support the amendment.
Well, it is now effectively I mean, we're going to take a vote on the alteration as accepted by Councillor Boulat. Then we will move on to the substantive debate, because I don't feel we've talked about flooding nearly enough. Right, Mrs. Rowe, would you like to take a vote on the altered motion, please?
Members in favour of the alteration, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the alteration, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 37 votes in favour, none against, and 1 abstention. The alteration is therefore carried.
Thank you. So that now becomes the substantive motion, and the debate is now open on that matter. I already have two. Councillor Dupre, yes?
Point of order. Now that we are moving afresh with a slightly altered motion, is this now a fresh debate, i.e. can people who have previously spoken speak, or have they had their go?
Excitingly, Councillor Dupre, we'll all have another go. I would just highlight that there are quite a lot of members missing, and I do rather feel that that trend is going to continue if we talk about flooding too much longer. So, that being said, I do already have, obviously, the proposer of the motion speaking last. That's Councillor Bulat. Councillor Ferguson reserved his right to second. Councillor Wilson has indicated to speak, and I'm inclined, and Councillor Haythorne, I'm inclined to keep this list pretty short. So, if you want to speak on this matter, now is the time to indicate. Councillor Sharp as well. Right, lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed that neither me nor Councillor Coots were consulted about this motion before it was submitted. And I gather Councillor Ferguson was only consulted after it had been submitted. We are the Council's representatives on the Great Ouse Regional Flood Committee, and we have been trying to secure increased flooding to alleviate increased funds to alleviate. Thank you. I'm glad somebody is listening, Alex. We've been trying to secure increased funds to alleviate flooding for several years. Now, you'll read in the motion the various responsibilities for many partners. One of the most important ones, I think, is missing. It's the responsibility of landowners to clear their own ditches, and locally that has been a big problem. And I would just point out that the lack of funding from successive governments, including the current Labour government, has meant improvements to flood risk are taking much longer to implement than they should. Now, tremendous work has been done in my division by the County Council, but there is still a lot more to be done. The briefing note acknowledges that residents don't always know what actions they can and should be taking themselves, and the respective responsibilities of various authorities. And to aid this, the County Council is undertaking several improvements which are already listed in the note. None of the actions proposed in the motion will really add to this, and I'm not really sure what the benefit of the motion is. If we are really keen to see reductions in flood risk, we should specifically ask the government to increase the funding available to the Environment Agency and its partners, including the County Council. We shouldn't just highlight the need for investment. We should be asking for additional investment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hathborn.
Thank you. So in part of this motion, the council resolves that the executive director of place and sustainability will ensure that a revised communication strategy for all residents on the prevention and how to best respond to flooding events is produced. And I just wanted to offer a brief moment of light and joy and a compliment to how great that the council can be when it works properly. So I am really lucky to be in a division where we do not suffer from the really serious flooding incidents that I know some of my colleagues in this room experience. But we do get flooding incidents in particular due to blockages in watercourses and so on and so forth. And I decided that I was going to try and get the flooding in Clay Close Lane, which had blocked up quite an important cycle route, for a period of weeks last year, I was going to get something done about it. So I contacted the county council a few weeks ago, and an officer came out and we looked at it, and it was a tale of doom and gloom. And oh, I don't know if we're going to be able to do anything, and we're going to have to contact the riparian owner, and it's going to be really difficult. So we all left slightly depressed because we didn't think anything was going to happen. And if we did, the absolute best would happen would be able to reduce the period of the next flooding by a few days. And so it was with joy and delight that the following week, the officer wrote back to me and said he'd contacted 3 landowners. The builder working adjacent had cleared out one ditch. One landowner agreed to remove a sandbag, and that would sort out a blockage in another pipe. And then he noticed that the parish council had failed to unblock some of their pipes and their ditches, and they were also going to take on the work. So we have transitioned from a place of kind of concern and ongoing flooding to joy and delight and empty cycle paths. The reason why I raise this is because flooding is complicated, and there are lots of different causes of flooding, and I think it is really important for people, when they experience a flooding incident, to get in touch with the county council, and the county council might actually be able to solve the problem, even if it is not the county council that has caused the problem. They are brilliant at bringing people together. So please can that be considered in the communication strategy? Thank you.
Thank you. Story to warm even the coldest heart. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be, you're glad to hear, I'll be very brief. I mean, flooding is a huge issue in this county, as we know. And I think it's what in the last debate of my 4 years here, and hopefully maybe another 4 years after May, but it's probably one of the biggest issues I think we've actually addressed, because it's one of the biggest issues facing this county. Certainly parts of it. I know other parts maybe not close to rivers or whatever, but there's certain parts of my area are. And I do think, I'm trying to touch on what was mentioned just now. I mean, the 4th bullet point, sorry, does mention the need for investment in infrastructure and funding. And my amendment around the IDBs similarly was around funding. And I know I came up with a point of explanation, but I just wanted to say, I'm not saying the IDBs should have reduced funding. I'm saying the opposite. But I'm saying the way it's done at the moment is not sustainable. Hence why I wanted it added to the letter. So I 100% support this, and hopefully we'll get a unanimous vote on this, because I think it's so important. And thank you to colleagues across the road, especially Councillor Boulat, for accepting the alteration and pushing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a laugh in here. It does make me smile sometimes when we have a debate and we're talking about the pedantic use of this word over that and this and the other. I sat at an IDB meeting about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I watched farmers who are facing no end of challenges, which, to avoid being political, I'm going to leave there, right? Sit around the room and vote for an increase in their personal levies. They did it, they looked at the facts, they dealt with it, and in an IDB, they said they've got to put their own price up to support the IDB rates and everything. And here we are worrying about who said what over this, that and the other. I'd say this is a perfectly good motion, with perfectly good intentions. I think it showed this council in a really good light that the alteration has been accepted, and I vote that we move forward and vote and accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Goldsack, was that a proposal to move to the next business, or that the question?
I'm very happy to make that a proposal to move to the vote.
Right. Well, I do only have 2 further speakers, and one is the seconder and the other is the proposer. I feel we will hear them. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to use my speech to warn against complacency. I was elected here 4 years ago on the back of being a flood campaigner, which means campaigning against flooding, not campaigning for flooding. After St Neots was flooded 3 times in 2020, the first time on a hot summer afternoon in August when the town was completely overwhelmed by water, and part of that was down to blocked drains, not clear brooks, which caused flooding, which caused lots and lots of upset. And obviously, if you have your house flooded, it's the only thing that could possibly be worse than that is perhaps having your house burned down. I think since then, basically, we've done a really good job in changing that attitude, not political point across all sides. And I think lots of credit has to go to the County Council's flood resilience team, and especially Hilary Tandy and Catherine Redding, who are the two I work with, who've worked diligently to get together local flood action groups, who are volunteer groups in the community in places like Alconbury, St Neots and St Ives and other places, who help, fight flooding on the ground. And, they've put together conferences and supported those groups, and that's been fantastic. They've also done a huge amount of work in making sure that riparian brooks and ditches are kept clear of debris that would cause flooding. I'd also like to thank the highways team for introducing the cyclical cleaning of drains and gullies, which now happens at least in St Neots at least twice a year, which has caused a huge benefit, I think. And I think down to these efforts, recent storms of similar intensity to the ones before have flooded far fewer properties. But we need to remember that anybody who's flooded, that's a really serious event, and every flooding event is one too many. As Councillor Wilson said, Councillor Coots, Councillor Wilson and I sit on the Regional Flood Committee, which has been an eye-opening event. That's basically the body through which the Environment Agency interacts with lead local flood authorities. And although they do a fantastic job, they are struggling after years of government cuts and lack of funding from this government too. And basically they're fighting a losing battle. They're tasked with keeping 98% of flood assets in good working order, and they haven't met that target for the past 5 years. In 2021, the government lowered the target instead of increasing the funding, and basically revealed that there's a £34 million shortfall in maintenance funding, which has left over 200,000 extra properties at risk of increased risk of flooding. Lots of those people are in the east of England and Cambridgeshire, and we've seen those consequences locally. January last year, floods devastated homes around Fendrayton, St Ives, Crystal Lakes and the Pike and Eel Marina, which lie between two key flood defences, which are St Ives Sluice and Brown Hill Staunch, which have been out of action for years and are still out of action. The EA can't afford to fix them because it's going to cost them £70,000, and the previous government only pledged £7,000 to fix them. So those are going to stay down for the time being, leaving those residents at increased risk of flooding. So this is not just a problem for St Neots, St Ives or Fendrayton. Brownshill Staunch marks the tidal limit of the River Great Ouse and is a gateway to the Fens, which is obviously a region that's highly vulnerable to rising sea levels. The Fens 2100 programme estimates that 4.5 billion is needed to manage future flood risks, yet over half of that funding is missing from government plans. So if we fail to do that, we're going to put at risk the 400,000 wonderful people who live in the Fens and about 50% of England's grade 1 agricultural land. So flooding is not just about bad weather, it's about the choices we make. And so thanks to local action, we've done a lot better around here across the last 4 years. And I just urge the next administration, whoever they are, to keep up that good work and protect our residents from flooding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And finally, Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you to the opposition, Councillor Count, Councillor Goldstack and Councillor Sharp and the rest of his colleagues for working constructively on this. I'm happy with the motion as we have been debating it, and it does show that we can agree on some issues, especially flooding, which is a main issue for many of our residents. Thank you to Councillor French, Bywater and Count for speaking the amendment debate, highlighting many important aspects, pressures on their areas, the need for investment in flood infrastructure, and their work tackling the challenges on funding and making representations to government and other stakeholders in this sense. The condition of flood defenses puts pressure on public finances, and forward planning, I think it's made very difficult in the absence of multi-year settlements for local authorities. So that's something we can work collectively on to lobby more. Thank you to Councillor Ferguson for highlighting the good work happening in collaboration at the Council alongside flood action groups and other organizations locally in his division and beyond. There were some very good contributions during the debate. Councillor Wilson highlighting his work on the Great Woods Committee, as well as the work of Councillor Coots as well. The responsibility on landowners, of course, it's an important point. The impact of successive government underfunding of the Environment Agency, and I see no reason why we can't highlight that as well in our representations to government going forward. Councillor Haythorne as well, thank you for sharing your experiences of the work locally and the need to ensure that residents can contact the County Council directly to get support or be signposted in an event of flooding. We might not lead on all aspects of this work, but of course it's important for residents to feel in our communications plan that they can contact the County Council. Councillor Sharp again highlighting how funding is a huge issue and that flooding is indeed one of the biggest areas facing this county now and especially in the next years to come as the impact of climate change and the result of underfunding certain agencies has had over the last few years. And Councillor Golsek as well, it's good to hear about your work in IDB meetings as well, and working with your local community on tackling those issues. Now the government inherited flood assets in what some people claim to be the poorest condition on record. I was looking how about 3,000 of the Environment Agency's 38,000 high consequence assets are below the required condition. So clearly, across the UK, that's a very important issue to tackle, and funding is, of course, a big part of the solution, but we can do other things locally to mitigate some of the impacts of flooding as well. So anything that we can do collectively to put pressure on this issue and improve our work and the good work that we have been doing as a county council, I'm sure will be welcomed by all our residents, especially those residents for whom flooding is a real day-to-day worry. So in the spirit of, I think, the record of cross-party support or unanimous motions I had on this council, I hope we'll have support on this one in the vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulat. It seems to be general consensus in support of this. If anyone disagrees, please indicate now. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. That is conclusion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Bryony Goodliffe. Before I ask Councillor Goodliffe to move her motion, I understand that Councillor Goodliffe, that you are proposing alterations to your motion which have been circulated to members and published on the Council's website. Can I please ask the meeting for its consent to those alterations? Thank you very much. There'll be no discussion, obviously, until after Councillor Goodliffe has moved and spoken to her altered motion. Councillor Goodliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I must state that this motion is about inclusion, but it is very narrow in what it covers. Here I'm discussing inclusion in terms only of special educational needs and disability inclusion. However, Chair, I must state that I believe in the following definition of inclusion: ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their characteristics or background, have equal opportunities and access to resources, services, and participation in society, whilst also valuing and respecting their differences. Today we are talking about inclusive education for those with special educational needs and disabilities. For too long, the education system has been about results that can be quantified and not about individuals succeeding. By the narrowing of the curriculum, narrowing of what a successful school looks like, and simultaneously removing funding and increasing the responsibility schools have been unable to focus on what they do best. And what is that? That is seeing every pupil as an individual with needs, desires, wants, ambitions, and dreams. I want every child to know their own value, their worth, and be empowered to thrive and reach their goals. This can only happen if we ensure that inclusion is first on the list, first in curriculum design, first in success criteria, and a joint first in teacher and staff training, along with safeguarding. And this must be allowed to happen through funding and empowering our schools, colleges, and early years settings. The most successful students, both with and without special educational needs, feel that they are part of something, that they belong, and that they are valued as part of a community and contribute to it. Diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and belonging is the outcome. I thank the schools, early years settings, and colleges who work to make their places of education an inclusive place for students regardless of any label and the effect on those schools, financially, league table-wise, or in any other way. They have given their children a place to belong, a place of safety, and a place to thrive. I want all our education settings to be empowered to offer this so that our children and young people feel wanted, our families know their children belong, and we can build inclusive environments and therefore society. I'm proud of our inclusive education settings. We want to ensure equitable access to truly inclusive provision in local communities across the county. This is not about a removal of special schools. They have a place and are absolutely the right place for some of our children and young people. But equally, by getting inclusive education right, we can prevent some of the need and demand for these places. As many of you are aware, we're still waiting for 2 new special schools in Cambridgeshire and need these places for our children and young people so that they can have the right education at the right time and to avoid some of our huge spend on independent provision, which doesn't always result in the best outcomes for our children and young people. I have happily added them to this motion following suggestion into this motion from Councillor Count, and we have been urging, both myself and officers, the DFE to ensure that these schools come as soon as possible. Written evidence submitted to the Children and Young People Programme National Development Team for Inclusion to Public Accounts Committee says, a national inclusive education strategy focusing on mainstream schools being able to meet the needs of children in their local community. This strategy needs to be cross-sector with regional teams to support its implementation. Inclusion was defined in the 1970s following the UN Convention, but we are still not following this. Children and young people have a right to live and learn together. A national inclusive education strategy needs to focus on supporting schools to use evidence-based practice and pedagogy. This is our vision for Cambridgeshire, and I hope that we can all vote for inclusion here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Goodliff. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do. Councillor King, please.
Councillor King. Councillor King, would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right to speak?
Later, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, the debate is open. Perhaps I can exercise a certain amount of chairmanly leeway by saying how much the local community in Gamlingay is looking forward to the Green Sands Academy being built and opened, and I very much hope that it's sooner rather than later. Now, who'd like to go first? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I will be voting for this altered motion predominantly, I have to say, because of the alteration and the addition into the motion of the provisions at March and at Gamlingay, and I would not wish to vote against anything that included those. However, I do so with a certain amount of trepidation. We have had a debate about inclusion in education before, the same authority but in a different venue, and I made my views clear then, I think, about how important it is that children are included where all children, and I was grateful to Councillor Goodliff for clarifying her view of what inclusion was about, that it is important that children are included wherever they can be, but that there are some children who cannot be included in that way and have the kind of education that they deserve and need, and also that inclusion, if it is to be delivered properly, needs to mean that children are getting an appropriate education and that staff, teachers, teaching assistants and so on are not having to manage unmanageable situations with children who really cannot cope in the situation in which they are put. And there are examples of that around the country, and I think that that is completely inappropriate and isn't inclusion. That is my view. It has not changed since we had that debate. But my main reason for trepidation in this is that many parents will have woken up a few days ago to the headline from Bridget Phillipson, "Parents must think differently," in inverted commas, on SEND support for children. I think many parents will be extremely anxious as a result of that. I think they do not know what think differently is going to mean for themselves and particularly for their children. So I am somewhat worried about being perceived in any way to be supporting what looks at the moment to be something of a leap into the unknown, with statements coming out from government suggesting that something is going to change that might mean that parents' view of what their children are entitled to expect will be different and possibly less. So I'm sorry that's slightly convoluted, but what I'm trying to say is I'm worried about what we might be trying to sign up to in some of the statements in this motion, but I think it is too important to secure support for the provisions in March and Gamlingay to vote against it. We will just have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking the acceptance of the amendments which were, or in large part the amendments that were submitted to form this motion. Some of that was put in. I mean, you can see the Conservative amendment online in full. So some of the parts that were accepted were to depoliticise it, something that I'm going to concentrate on for the rest of this speech. Can't promise it for every motion, but I'm going to promise it for this one. And I think that that was welcome to enable support. Some of it also came from Councillor Maria King. For example, she introduced the words appropriately funded. And I think that that was welcome as well, because I'd missed that and so had the original motion. And whatever reforms come forward, in whatever way they go, it will be important to get appropriately funding. Now, the world has been a difficult place in the past, and I'm sure it will be a difficult place in the future. And when we talk about appropriate funding, it will go down to those questions of choice, as Councillor Slatter referred to in a previous conversation. There will always be choices, and we all want appropriate funding for everything. And I want it for this, alongside the other people in this chamber. But I guess that this government, like previous governments, will ultimately have a decision to make on that. And so will we in our role as councillors, should any of us return. What isn't in the alteration is not having a new system adopted and forcing children into that in the name of ideology. And that was lifted actually from the original document that led to these reforms, because the people who put that together realized that there is sometimes a conflict between an evidence base and ideological solutions. And it doesn't matter whether it's the old style reforms and new style reforms or reforms in the future. We shouldn't force children into the wrong place for them in the names of an ideology. And I have no suggestion that this motion goes there, because the inclusion by the recognition of the schools and the things that we've heard in the motion so far today is not that inclusion is the only answer for every single child. In fact, inclusion is wider than that. It is the right thing for the right child, and the pendulum has swung somewhat at the moment, which is why it's having support. The amendment I put forward, or that was put forward, was largely about the introduction of trying to get these schools forward. You know, we have a 210 place desperately needed school ready, approved by the DFE, approved for funding previously, and it's now on hold. It's been delayed by the present government. Now, I don't know why it's being delayed, and neither do our team of officers, simply that we're waiting for a ministerial decision. But that delay now goes back to October of last year, and the same with the Gamlingay School, and that means that they will not be open when we need them. They're already not going to be open when we need them. We have children in Finland travelling 40 miles to a special school and 40 miles back. That can't be right. Now, I don't know if the special schools of the future will be ideal for those individuals, but this is a common thing throughout the county where people are travelling too far for the support they desperately need. So I'm glad that we have this introduced into the motion, because it also adds to the comment that I was just now making, that the pendulum swinging to inclusion does not mean that you stop all other types of support. And that is where your specialist schools come in. I can tell you that in open Parliament, there's a written question going in from my MP, Stephen Barclay, on this very subject about the March school. And whilst that will get hopefully before it gets read, we'll already have an answer to build. But if it doesn't, I'm sure it will get a standard reply. In the meantime, could I urge those in the Labour group in particular, and perhaps through your MP, to have those conversations behind closed doors that may have more influence than any of us are able to exert today. I'm glad that is included in the line of the letter, because I think it's important that we all recognise the need. Going back to the point about inclusion and the direction of travel, the reason we need these schools now and things like that now is, whilst the pendulum swings towards inclusion, it is a period of reform, like local government reform. It is difficult, it will take time, it will take funding, and there are things that you need to do both physically to buildings, as well as having the proper resource there. So it's a long journey, whereas we have certain needs that are immediate. And I kept my eye on the clock this time, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Shirley, did you indicate to speak? It was a very gentle indication. You're up.
Wow, that was certainly quick. Thank you very much. Chair, I'm very glad that my favourite sentence was not struck out. That is the third one down, that the pressure on schools and education settings to funnel children and young people through a system that focuses on narrow outcomes limits opportunities for many learners, particularly those with SEND. does not encourage flair in subjects such as the arts, and measures success only in exam terms. This, I think, is the crux of it. For the nation, the arts earn real export revenue, and I'm glad it says such as the arts, because it is clearly not only the arts, but many other opportunities for young people to shine as well. Studies have shown that when we are allowed to excel in one area, it improves our performance in all others. What we have now seems like a waste of human potential to be prevented from growing in a way that you can make your unique contribution, be included, yes, and feel valued for it. I think the current system fails individuals and fails the nation. Let's find a path from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs, and build a happier, healthier, and more productive society and country. And I'm afraid the rest of the amendment as it was originally there was a bit narrow and parochial, but I do like the way and where we have ended up. And so I thank the opposition for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Right, nobody else has indicated they wish to speak, so Councillor Maria King, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, I want to acknowledge the points made by our colleagues around here and also by Councillor Whelan, who had to leave early today, outside this chamber, outside this debate around inclusion. And the word inclusion is powerful, and we all need to, I think we all appreciate, we all need to exercise caution around it and not deploy that concept lightly, especially now in the kind of global climate we find ourselves. And I just want to reassure, maybe, hopefully, all of us that every and each aspect of inclusion deserves a platform, and every disadvantaged group deserves a voice. And I actually really hope that that council will continue to be that platform which gives the voice to those groups. But for now, just go back to the core of this motion, which focuses on children and young people with special needs and disabilities. Really good to hear Councillor Shaler's intervention as well. As a mum of an art student with neurodiversity, I can personally relate to how important it is to encourage that and to create the right environment for the subjects such as art to be kind of taken in seriously and recognized and provided kind of with the right support. When we all started our term in May 21, Chair, we had 5,605 children with EHCPs, education, health and care plans. Now we have just over 8,100, and many more waiting and fighting to receive one, so they can be part of the system. However imperfect we might think it is, that system does provide support. So if you think about it, 8,000 plus more, plus their families, parents, siblings, grandparents, that's more or less the size of the community, the demographic. And I actually believe that for most part, that crisis we refer to here in this motion is actually silent, as opposed to, say, the state of the road crisis, because it's much more accessible for us to see, because we drive, walk, cycle on it. But if you're outside of that circle of people involved, you might not even ever heard of what is a EHCP. And parents and families, as Councillor Dupre said, they're exhausted, they're anxious, they're scared. So all I want to say is this silent crisis, it's not silent for us in this chamber, is it? And I think every single one of us, Chair, as a councillor, has been witness to this crisis and send. And I'm sure we all did our utmost through supporting residents individually, through designing and passing motions in this chamber. I remember supporting a couple more previously, and through our sometimes personally traumatic, but always sincere and heartfelt debates in the Children and Young People Committee. So I think this motion is so important because in this last meeting this term, it's our collective cross-party request, respectful and clear request to the government to first follow on its promise for a structural reform and do it with appropriate funding, do it hearing the voices and lived experiences of people involved, and also follow through and support us in provision in March and Gambling Day. So kind of working on this front. And in this motion, we do speak as one, and we do speak for all the children and their family. And I very much hope that everyone can support this motion and we can all continue to be the voice of those amazing children and give them a right to thrive, learn, and have a great childhood. So I've got 30 seconds, if I may. I just also want to express huge thanks to Councillor Feroz Thompson for her brain power on this amendment, on the amendment, and also to my CYP colleagues, to Bryony, Simone, and Sam, who are not here today. But it's been an absolute pleasure to work in this area. I will carry on, but maybe as a consultant, not as a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Goodliff.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who has commented. Thank you particularly to Councillor King and Councillor Count for your contributions towards a joint motion. Councillor Kindersley, I agree with you. We are looking forward to the school opening in Gamlingay and obviously in March too. Councillor Dupree, thank you for your contribution. I have met with many parents and spoken to them, and we all want to work together so that children can be in the right place at the right time for education. Councillor Count, you mentioned children having to travel, and with inclusion, we do hope that more children will be local. And I agree, this won't be an instant change, but something that has to happen over time. I'd like to reassure you, through you, Chair, Councillor Count, that I have mentioned the need for the March and Gamlingay schools to anyone close in the Department for Education or with the ear of ministers, and will continue to, same as I will continue to fight for proper funding, both for special educational needs and for the schools of Cambridgeshire and across the country. Councillor Shaley, you mentioned the arts and the narrowing of the curriculum. I think this is incredibly important. We funnel our children at our own peril. We miss out when we do not allow them to have a breadth of curriculum which plays to their strengths and makes them into the right sort of people that they should be. In conjunction with our partners in education and more across the county, Cambridge County Council's Children, Education and Families Directorate are leading on inclusive practices, inclusive partnerships, inclusive voices, inclusive services, inclusive people, and inclusive places. We do this making sure that we hear the voice of children and young people in everything that we do. They are the most important voice in this room, and that is who we have to listen to. This is our vision for Cambridgeshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, there seems to be general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, please raise your hand now. Splendid. I see no objection, so we will take the motion as carried. That concludes discussion of the second motion. We now move to the third motion submitted by Councillor Mike Black. I'd like to invite Councillor Black to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 7 to 9 of the Council agenda. Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. This motion was inspired by the work done by Unison on their International Workers' Charter, as is largely focused on the care sector. Social care is important. All of us are likely to need some care in a home towards the end of our life and help keeping us independent in our own home. And very large numbers of us will know or have relatives needing care all their lives. The Charter does have relevance for international workers across all occupations and sectors. But in the first quarter of 2024, over 60% of calls to the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority alleging abuse were from the care sector. The Charter does have benefits for UK workers as well. It is not just international care workers who suffer from clauses designed to tie them to their employer and stopping them looking for better pay and conditions. For instance, clauses that say if they leave, they have to pay fees for the training that they have received. But British workers don't face getting deported if their employer walks away from contracts. They're less likely to be forced to sign documents written in a language they don't understand, or to be charged recruitment fees, or to be dumped in freezing, rat-infested, overcrowded accommodation. But all workers benefit from fair and equitable treatment, safety at work, trade union representation, and action against victimisation. And the motion does ask the Adults and Health Committee to consider how the Council can act as an employer of last resort when workers are subject to victimisation by a care employer. It is absolutely wrong that when workers are asking for fair treatment and often merely their legal rights from an employer, the employer can threaten them with deportation rather than addressing their concerns. Recently, more than 100 workers were made redundant when Beaumont Care Limited handed back its domiciliary care contract to the council. Their jobs went, despite them doing essential work, and despite the older residents who were receiving care visits from them every day still needing that care. Fortunately, some of them had joined Unison, and we got to hear about this. Most of Beaumont's workers were recruited abroad, and with the redundancy, their employer sponsorship ceased, and they were in imminent danger of being deported. It can take a month for a new employer sponsorship to be approved by the department responsible. And so the time to get a new job was very tight. Now, in this instance, the council found some jobs within its own organisations for suitable workers and actively worked to match workers to jobs in a relatively benign job market. We don't think that any actual deportations took place, at least not among the unionised workers. There may be some we don't know about. But the workers and the people needing their services have been put through a great deal of needless worry. If the council would take responsibility as an employer of last resort and provide employer sponsorships while workers were trying to get new places that would avoid the risks, that would avoid the risk of deportations while the workers were in the middle of finding some way of either continuing to do the job that they were doing before or getting further work in care. So we are asking the council to commit to supporting workers in this situation, the motion, to provide continuity of care and to identify and secure work with alternative providers. The council should work with its trade unions to create a culture of cooperation and open communication and to tackle exploitation. This motion signals that the council values and is serious at looking after its care workers, both directly employed and those working for the private providers. Please support.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, I understand we have an amendment. Councillor Gulsack, I think you are moving an amendment.
I am. That's me to go. Thank you. I put forward an amendment to this paper, to this motion, because we've had a number of really good debates this afternoon, and this is going to prove the point, really. Motions that were brought to council for many reasons, some good and true, and some for point scoring. And this is basically contains an awful lot of elements of Labour unions' sales brochures. My amendment simply takes all that is good in this motion and removes the political, yes, that stuff, and puts it to one side. We don't need the left-wing rhetoric in this, just as you said earlier. We don't need it. What we need here is a solid motion. And whilst I say that, whilst we're debating this, probably at the very same time, the Labour government today are bringing about changes to the benefit system. And that's going to dramatically affect this. I actually put forward the amendment to bring us forward today to something that hopefully can gain consensus across all the floor that we can all agree on. But actually, maybe the right thing here to do is to withdraw the original motion and the amendment that comes with it until we know exactly what has come out of the Labour government today, which is going to have a dramatic effect on this. Moving people back into work that can go back into work and looking after those that can is fundamentally the right thing to do. Nobody disagrees with that. But actually doing it with a load of rhetoric and Labour spin on it is just not required. And I just don't think that's benefiting the motion at this council. So I move the amendment to get straight to the point. Thank you.
Councillor Count, I think you're seconding this amendment. Would you like to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Yeah, I'm seconding. Thank you, Chair, and I'll reserve the right to speak later.
Thank you. Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I do have something to say about the substantive motion, and will, I hope, be able to say it when it comes up for discussion. But this amendment, whilst I can agree with some of its points, does contain exactly the point that Councillor Goldsack was railing against. It is political. You've put in 2 paragraphs which are blatantly political and have almost no place in a discussion about employment practices, because they talk about increasing employment, which is one thing, and Labour's proposals to slash welfare spending with some contentious views on it. I do not think those paragraphs have any place in this discussion. So I would definitely be voting against the amendment. But as I say, I do have something I want to say about the substantive motion.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment before I invite Councillor Black? Councillor Slatter. Anybody else before Councillor Slatter starts? Splendid. Councillor Slatter.
When I qualified as a nurse in 1997, I was also a newly elected city councillor and combined the 2 roles to their mutual benefit, I think. I was naturally working alongside a variety of paid and unpaid carers and soon became familiar with the complex web of support that people need, paid and unpaid. I joined a union as soon as I could, just as I did when I became a teacher, and I chose Unison because it represented both registered nurses and those who work alongside them, which I consider essential. As a union member, I think I was in a minority then, and I would be even more so now. And I regret the fact that more young people do not join unions. It's a matter of course when they enter the world of employment. I need to have some conversations with my grandson who works as a hospital porter and hasn't yet joined a union. And as a county council governor of Papworth, I've raised issues affecting agency and NHS employees, regretting that many vital supporting jobs are done by people without the support that a union can give. This is essentially to establish my credentials. I'm in no way anti-union, but nor do I like to see the fine body of union work used as a weapon or seen as being used as a weapon. The Unison Charter, and to be honest, Councillor, through you, Chair, Councillor Black does not unfortunately send us a copy of the Charter that he wanted us to look at, and I ended up reading the wrong one. I was reading the Ethical Charter for Carers, which possibly is also one that we can read. It's a sensible document, and I don't think it really takes account of the unpaid and self-employed, because the role of the self-employed, or the rather informally employed, is possibly where Councillor Black is wishing to help. I agree with him on wishing to help that, but I'm afraid that I can support neither the amendment that seeks to slightly modify the Labour use of unions, and indeed to promote a conservative, perhaps undermining of the union. So I was going to support the amendment until I read it fully. Now I'm afraid I cannot, and I'm feeling the same way about the main motion, but I'll see how the debate goes. These things are complicated. Our officers know they're complicated. We've heard of how sometimes officers can work in their proper roles and achieve great things, as they did when we had the closure of that care agency. I don't think we can improve things by this sort of adoption of the Charter, but I'm all for us making sure our policies are good And as councillors, I think our main job is to make sure that our residents and their carers get as much support as possible, and we identify and act on the barriers, inadequacies and improvements that we can make to improve our services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm a bit perplexed about some of the strikeouts here. I'm being on the Staffing and Appeals Committee. I'm actually quite proud of some of the changes that we've made over the last few years. And I just wonder why this sentence, the council signed the anti-racism charter with Unison in 2022, championing our diverse workforce and supporting employees with training on equality, diversity and inclusion, etc. Why would we want to strike that out? I think this is going in the right direction, and I applaud this change that we've had. So I cannot support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Black, as the proposer of the original. Councillor Count? Oh, sorry. Yes. Whoops. Well, it's bound to make a mistake this late in the day.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Count, would you like to put forward your seconding of the amendment, please?
I would, Chair. Thank you. If I start off in reverse order with Councillor Shaler's comments through you, Chair. It's always disappointing when somebody stands up and clearly haven't read what's going on, because the paragraph that was struck out because it was technically in the wrong place. It was moved to the section above. So instead of council welcomes, it was council notes, because it's actually done. So that was actually, you know, please read what's going on. We saw that with the flood debate earlier on, where it was claimed that it was arguing to reduce the money for flooding, and actually it was nothing to do with the amendment whatsoever. Now, the main thrust of this is actually in line with Labour Party policy, which is a surprising thing for Conservatives to stand up and do. But that policy is the same as the Conservative government before them, and that's that there are too many people on welfare. That situation's got to change, and there's an opportunity to get them back into work. And that's what a lot of this amendment is about, supporting that, whereas the actual main motion, without that element, is basically saying we will do everything possible for the international workforce whilst pretty much ignoring UK residents or trying to encourage them to have the same benefits. It is very, very internationally focused, one paragraph after another, about what we'll do for international workers and not what we'll do about UK residents. So I've chosen, or we chose, not to remove a lot of that was on in that document, because yes, they are welcome and needed here, but actually to flesh out this motion in a way that's helpful, to incorporate more about what you can also do for UK residents. Now, I know that there's been some issue taken with the slash to welfare spending. So just for those at home that haven't read the amendment. So we've said that, yes, we want to encourage people back to work, but if the cuts to welfare spending are as ill thought through as the cut to the winter fuel allowance, then they won't have the desired effect. And that was a tragic mistake by the Labour government, absolutely ill thought through, and I think done for political reasons, not because they actually had the right motives in mind at that point in time. Now, it will take us a while to get through what the Labour government's announced today about their welfare spending reductions and to see whether they will have the desired effect or not. But yes, I think we all in this room, and perhaps all in Parliament, would like to see people more able to work, because the benefits that work brings to you. It's good for your health, it's good for your mental health, and it should, in theory, be good for your bank balance. There's another section that's removed, and it got referred to by Councillor Slatter. It's the Unison International Workers Charter. And we weren't supplied with a copy. And when Councillor Slatter went to read it, she ended up reading the ethical policy. And I did the same, not reading the ethical policy, but I wanted to read what we were signing up to or sending to the committee to look at as this Unison International Workers Charter. And I spent a lot of my time finding out that there isn't one. There isn't a Unison International Workers Charter. There's an Unison Migrants Charter, And the Cambridge branch is actually in the process of developing a draft Unison International Workers Charter, which is why we haven't got it. It might be out there in draft form with some members, but it's certainly not on their website. It's not available to us. So how on earth can we vote for something to go to a committee when we aren't entitled to read what it contains today? We can't. So that's why that was struck out there. So it still leaves a lot of the motion, which I don't agree with. I'll be honest, I don't agree with a lot of the motion, but it improves it a huge amount by saying, let's get people on welfare back into work. Let's not send something to a committee you can't read today, and basically move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count, and apologies for failing to note you as the seconder. Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am, of course, asking people to reject this highly political amendment. I'd like to refer first to the new paragraphs above the recommendation. I recognise the figures in them. They're the first thing you get if you Google UK unemployment. So the amendment says, in October to December 2024, the unemployment rate was 4.4% and 1.5 million were unemployed. If you look for October to December 2023, the unemployment rate was 3.9% and 1,344,000 were unemployed, just as the amendment says. But if we look up March to May 2024, we find an unemployment rate of 4.4% and unemployment reached 1.5 million. The increase in the unemployment rate and the number unemployed happened before the general election. Now, many people attribute a proportion of these increases to the Labour government's increased tax on jobs. That's what the amendment says. But who are these people? Do they not realise that this change happened before the general election? On the whole, the figures show unemployment not changing much. I guess tax on jobs is supposed to be a clever way of saying employers' national insurance, a levy in existence all through the Tories' time in office. Labour is honouring its pledge not to increase VAT or the tax and employees' national insurance that people have deducted from their wages. So when the Tory figures were not seen to add up, the tax shortfall was to be raised from owners of businesses, and you will note that these proposals have not led to a significant increase in unemployment and that wages are still rising, so the owners have not been able to pass the burden of the increase onto the workers. Now, Councillor Count's saying a lot about benefits policy rather than workers' rates here, and to pass this amendment, you would really be endorsing the Conservative stance on benefits. There is stuff that's in flux, which we will be talking about again. I think it's a good sign that West Streeting appears to be drawing back on personal independence payments. It's a good thing when a politician can acknowledge where perhaps things are getting wrong and can listen to people and make the changes that are necessary. Now, the biggest change in volume of print in this amendment is moving the paragraphs on international recruitment support and on the anti-racism charter to become paragraphs 4 and 5 of the amended motion. The change is to note these things rather than welcome them. They just cannot bring themselves to welcome anti-racism. The recruitment support offers workers whose employer has had their licence revoked local job matching and signposting to wider support services. This is for workers who, through no fault of their own, are in imminent danger of being deported. The Conservatives cannot even welcome that. They are workers whose services we still need, and I think we must do that and go an extra mile for them. Now, throughout the motion as well, they're deleting any reference to trade unions. They cannot stand a reference to trade unions. Democracy at work is anathema to them. Voting for this amendment is basically not signalling that you're neutral between trade unions and anything. It's saying that you're anti-trade union. And they put into their amendment a relevant work-related charter, not the Unison Charter. Now, the Unison Charter, the proposal is it will come to the Adults and Health Committee, where you can look at. We do have an actual charter ready for anybody to look at, and my assumption was that people had seen this. But what we certainly cannot read is the relevant work-related charter of the amendment because it doesn't exist. They want to change the recommendation to share best practice for to put UK resident in. Now, I agree with that. It is superfluous because British workers clearly will benefit from fairer treatment. The motion isn't about a charter on international workers, but better pay for international workers, better rights and so on. All of it does spill across to UK workers, and I'm certainly as passionate about protecting the rights of UK workers as I am about international workers. But the tone of this amendment simply suggests that those voting for it really do not care about international workers because, after all, they're foreigners. Reject this amendment and let's get on with discussing some real change.
Thank you, Councillor Black. I have seen really quite a lot of objections, so we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote? And this is on the amendment proposed from the Conservative benches.
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 12 votes in favour, 24 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. We now move to the general debate on the motion. I have Councillor Dr. Seif.
Thank you, Chair. I'm extremely troubled by this motion. It is probably the widest ranging motion that I've seen brought before this council. It covers international employment, it covers best practice, workers' rights, unionisation, suggestion of in-house provision, funding. It just covers a wide range. It's quite rambling. Yet it does contain some principles that all of us would not demur from. We would support. We support the dignity of all workers who work in the care sector. And we would want to support that. But actually, most of the things that are drawn to our attention are actually being done by this council. I wonder what the purpose of raising some of these points are. And of course, some of the recommendations are already being done as well. But the key decisions that we're being asked to look at are actually deferred to the new council. We can't make a decision on this today. We're just kicking it into the long grass if those points are really to be looked at. So in my view, this motion is OTOs. But let me turn to the 3 recommendations that I'm troubled by. Well, I'm not going to, actually, I know that others are going to talk about the Union Charter. Certainly, it's absolutely critical that this council remains impartial, or as impartial as it possibly can. We're going to implement best practice, but we don't want to be dictated to by unions. That would be completely wrong. We have to act in the interests of our residents. Asking for money, which is the last part of the recommendation, well, the last recommendation from government to do something that we already do, is probably completely whistling in the wind at the moment. The government hasn't got money to do the things it has to do. We are already supposed to be monitoring the effectiveness of our practices. But the thing that really troubles me more than anything else is to announce to the world that we are and will be the employer of last resort. To me, that is an open invitation to any care provider that runs into trouble, that perhaps finds the going tough, perhaps is in dispute with its workers, to throw up its hands and say, come and rescue me. It is an indeterminate commitment that we would be asked to make, but we don't have to make it yet, of course, because it's for the next Adult and Health Committee to decide according to the recommendation. I think, and I have to say, spoken to Councillor Black on this subject. We've had a long discussion between us. And if some of those parts of those recommendations had been deleted, I would have supported the motion, although bland as it may be, OTOs as it may be. But I've thought about it a lot, and I really cannot support this motion. Regrettably, I know we've had sweetness and light. This is the last day, but thinking about it, I cannot support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm also sorry that I'm not able to support this motion. I think, unlike some in the room, I'm actually very glad that this topic has been brought here. I'm grateful to Councillor Black for drawing our attention to the needs of migrant workers and of those working, international workers working in our care system. Our care system is desperately dependent on those people. I wish that our care system paid people enough to make it an attractive job for UK citizens. It is an extremely tough role, and but also extremely rewarding. But we do not have enough UK citizens who want to do this job, and we are extremely dependent on, and more importantly, the residents of Cambridgeshire who urgently need care are dependent on workers from abroad to come and fill those roles. And if we are dependent on those people, it is also our duty to make sure that they are well treated when they are working here. And indeed, if their work comes to an end, that they are also well treated. So I'm glad that we're discussing that. I'm sorry that I'm not able to support the motion as it stands for the reasons that Councillor Seif has laid out. I think that the expectation that the council would become the employer of last resort is a step too far. And I regret that I know that Councillor Seif tried to persuade Councillor Black to alter the motion so that that was not the case, and I regret that that didn't happen. However, I do just want to raise one other point, which is that there's been a lot of discussions in this chamber about criticism of people from being political. We are politicians. I think it's important to recognise that and to say that although it's nice to be here and have 5 motions, most of which we're agreeing on, actually we are here to have debates and to disagree with each other. We're here to do that well. But it's all right to be political. It's okay to raise political points, and it's okay to disagree with each other. So I thank you, Councillor Black, for bringing this motion. I'm not going to agree with it on this occasion, but I don't think it's inappropriate that we should discuss it, and I don't think it's inappropriate that there should be political elements in that debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slasher.
Thank you. I agree with all the aforesaid. I'm glad. It's always nice if you do agree with the leader of your group. But and yes, indeed, we are politicians, and I'm proud of being a politician. Politics shouldn't be a dirty word, but all we were getting at was an over-partisan and weaponisation of things. And to return back to what we can all think of as county councillors, of particular cases of care packages that break down for one reason or another, are wanting to help somebody renew their visa if they come in as somebody's auntie to help out. And we know that it's messy. The work of care out there is messy. I mentioned before, paid, unpaid, informally employed. I've alerted people to the vulnerability of somebody coming in to help and getting sort of board and lodging and being expected to carry on almost endlessly as a carer on those grounds. That's not good enough. But I don't know that a charter would help. And so that is up to us, I think, as councillors to look after our residents, permanent and temporary, and from wherever they come from, and to use whatever we can in the way of good relationships with our officers and understanding of the law that they have to work with. And to say again, to be asked to endorse a charter without having been able to read it was a bit unfortunate, should we say, Councillor Black. I'm thankful to Councillor Camp finding something that more or less was what he was talking about, but we still can't read it. So that bit clearly means that I cannot support this this motion, I'm afraid, but I would want to put a plug in for our enrichment of our care academy so that we can help some people come out of being unpaid carers, maybe very informal, just looking after their gran, and helping them getting into employment or back into employment by the best means suitable to them and the people they could care for. That doesn't necessarily fit into the world of unions because they're not necessarily paid in a way that would allow them to pay their subscriptions. So I think we need to work with unions, but not entirely through them. And so I cannot support this motion, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, you reserved your right to second.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank and congratulate Mike for raising this resolution and also for the work that he did around Beaumont Healthcare, where 150 workers had their jobs saved, many of whom were Filipinos, where Gudev Singh, by the way, led the work of our officers to actually achieve that, and where the trade union wrote to us to thank us for what we did to keep those people in work, and they are providing care to people in Cambridgeshire today. It's a success story that we should be celebrating, not arguing about. I note that the text of this resolution very clearly says that we want to do more for international workers, but we're referring the detail to the Adults and Health Committee. And I just wondered, my Lib Dem colleagues, why you have any difficulty with that. I would enthusiastically wish to take that on if I was the chair in the new term of office of this council. I think we should be thanking Unison. I deeply regret I'm in a council where not every single party can welcome anti-racism and that we only note it. We should be welcoming it, and I regret what I've heard today on that. It is very clear that Salford Council have passed an International Workers' Charter. That text is available for everyone to read and to see, but the trade union are saying to us and to our officers, let's actually talk together about the wording on what's going to work in Cambridgeshire. That's why there's no final text before us today. I see that as a cooperative way of working, not as something where we should at all be concerned about. And on employer of last resort, the idea that someone, rather than being deported, are kept in the workforce and for a perhaps temporary basis brought into our employment, that's an interesting idea. And we are pursuing our council being a council of sanctuary to do precisely that for people who are being risked to be deported in other circumstances. Why wouldn't we do that for international workers providing care within our county? The Unison Cambridgeshire branch has set up a migrant worker network and is reaching out to support international workers in private care agencies. We should be congratulating them for doing that and providing support for them. The active trade unionism is not something that should be left-wing or right-wing. It should be part of good social partnership for modern employers, and that's where I would wish Cambridgeshire County Council to be. If we try and actually talk about the facts of this, we're talking about 30,000 people coming to Cambridgeshire since 2001 to work. 1 in 5 of our residents, 1 in 3 of the residents of Cambridge that I represent. And of those people, 1 in 5 of the social care workforce are international workers. There are people we should care about, we should worry about, and we should support. And again, it's not left-wing rhetoric to say they shouldn't be charged excessive fees to get their jobs, have money deducted if they try to leave, or pay extortionate rents for substandard accommodation. I agree we need to support all UK workers. I agree migration must be legal and fair. But what gets missed out in these debates is we should be welcoming and appreciative of the diverse workforce that we have and the contribution that international workers provide. They're indispensable for our care services. They are too often subject to prejudice, and we should actively work against it. We have 40 languages spoken by care workers in the county, reflecting the different languages spoken by residents in the county, and it's helping us in our diversity. And when you talked about the Care Quality Commission coming and expecting us, they're going to be expecting us on our diversity, equality and inclusion commitments. And the failure to support this resolution sends absolutely the wrong message for us to commit in that respect. It isn't a choice between supporting domestic workers or properly supporting international workers. Of course we do both. Councillors are right to be proud of what we're doing for employment rights through our care academy and the payment of the real living wage. But I appeal to the Lib Dem members here For a resolution which is about supporting something in principle and then referring it for detail to committee, do you really not want to be supporting this and to see this resolution fail? These international workers care for people in our county, and we should care for them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howard. Councillor Black.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And again, yes, thanks for the contributions from our Liberal Democrat colleagues in the joint administration. And I'd appeal to you to look at it again and perhaps put things that are troubling you aside and look particularly at what the instructions and think, is this too much of an obstacle to you? Are you really going to make it a stumbling point that we might send a letter to a Labour government asking for money that they might find a bit inconvenient? I mean, why not do that? I mean, from your point of view, is there anything that's stopping you from that? And we're also looking at a charter which will be looked at by the Adults and Health Committee. This motion is already watered down. I wanted it to say that we would simply adopt the Unison Charter. And actually what it's doing is referring it to the Adults Health and Health Committee. And I think this would lead to a process of negotiation with Unison. But actually, I think as well to look at it, we need to look at the practical point of what it's doing. I'm quite focused on what happened with Beaumont because I don't know if what happened with Beaumont happened again, whether we would actually extend the same help to the workers as we did. And I would like to think that we definitely should do that. And again, I certainly think that we should be looking to go further. The Conservatives talk about it being very political and then talk some political stuff about benefits and so on, something that isn't really in this motion at all. And I think the government with benefits is actually being very non-political. And we are finding that we have a black hole in the finances, and these things are being driven by the dire economic circumstances with which the Tories left us. The government tells us there is a huge black hole in the finances. Now, I can understand why the Tories might not believe that, because in 2010, some shocking lies were told about there being a hole in the finances when there quite simply wasn't a hole in the government finances. But there was a motive for that. The government that lied about there being a hole in the finances in 2010 actually wanted to cut public expenditure. They had ideological reason to do that and were desperate for an excuse to do that. Now, we have exactly the opposite. When we're being political in the Labour Party, we would like to see us making people better off, especially people at the very bottom of society. So if we're doing anything like cutting benefits, and I'm not sure I agree there's any need to, it is actually going against our wishes. And we want to help people into work, but we certainly don't want to slash benefits, as it said in the amendment. Now, workers' rights are political. That's the fact of it. And we've had 15 years, actually, when things have not been all that complicated, that all the time workers' rights have been suppressed. We saw, for instance, the firing of the entire workforce at P&O and rehiring of someone in worse conditions. There's nothing complicated about that. That is the sort of situation we have faced in this country. And I don't think you can sit on the fence about this. I don't think you can say, well, we've got to be even-handed on this side and, you know, we've got to think about the other side as well. Sometimes you have to be political. We are either for exploitation or we're against exploitation. We are going to tolerate victimisation or we're going to oppose victimisation. We're going to let people be deported through no fault of their own when we desperately need them to do essential jobs. Or we're going to do what we can to stop those people being deported. We're going to give a helping hand or we're not going to give a helping hand. Those are political decisions. And I beseech you to take the right political decision, send the right message out of this council and say, we are on the side of what's right and we will look at improving what we do so that we can achieve that. So please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Well, I think I am going to take an electronic vote on this motion. Mrs. Rowe, would you like to start the vote, please?
I'm loud enough. Oh, that's fine. Members in favour of the motion. Is it now? Yeah. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result is 10 votes in favour, 18 against, 6 abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the third motion. We now move to the fourth motion submitted by Councillor Moschini. It's 3:10, and we are obligated to take a break at 3:20. So would you like to take that break before your moment to shine, Elisa, or would you leave us all in anticipation? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes for a comfort break. So if you could all be back, please, at whatever 15 plus 11 is.
Yeah, you want to focus on the amendment first and then do that other bit.
Ready?
Yep.
Are we ready to resume? Apologies for the slightly delayed start. Apologies. We now move to the fourth motion submitted by Councillor Elisa Meschini. Can I ask Councillor Meschini to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 9 and 10 of the Council agenda?
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Contrary to my instinct, I will stay seated. And can I begin by saying that there are two amendments to my motion. I was going, as presented in the Council papers, I was going to suggest that I would take the amendment from Councillor King as an alteration to my motion as it currently stands, and I would just incorporate it. And Councillor King is therefore going to second my motion. Is that okay?
Thank you very much, Councillor King. You are going to second. So I need the council to agree the alteration. The alteration is the subsuming of the Councillor Maria King amendment into the main motion. Is everybody happy with that? Well, that is splendid. Thank you. What a good start to part 27 of this meeting. Councillor Meschini, would you like, and therefore, to continue with your proposal?
I will therefore continue and I will speak to my motion now. Thank you so much, everyone, and I do hope we are not kept much longer. When I wrote this motion, it was becoming clear to me that in addition to some of the excellent work coming out of the Combined Authority in relation to Tiger Passes and young people, improvements to young people's access to bus services, that it was looking increasingly likely, although at the point that I wrote it, it hadn't happened yet, that the mayor would make a decision to franchise bus services in Cambridgeshire. This is a promise he was elected on, and one that I will not pretend I wasn't very pleasantly surprised by the fact that we actually managed to get there before the end of his office, mostly because franchising bus services is an excellent thing to do, but it's a great challenge in a geography that has the characteristics that Cambridgeshire and Peterborough have. One of the things that became very apparent to me is that obviously, given the split that we have got between a strategic transport authority, that would be the CPCA, and a highways authority, that would be for the moment us, joint working of a very close nature is going to be required in order to make sure that this reform actually reaches as deep and as effectively as it needs to. The arguments behind this being a very, very good idea for Cambridgeshire remain the same as they were, as they have been for quite a long time. Outside of London, as we all know, bus services in the country are completely deregulated. We have the so-called Big Five that have split the country between them, and one of the Big Five, it being Stagecoach, in our particular geography, they run a near monopoly and they make decisions on routes, frequencies and fares based entirely on their bottom line. And as a result of their repeated cycles of what they call changes, which is effectively cuts to services, more and more passengers every year are left stranded and cannot commute in any way other than their car. We have a modern county, a growing county, and a county that is seeing high levels of building. The transport network model that we have is not acceptable. So one of the main objectives behind the reform that has been announced is to ensure that we get good levels of service everywhere, not just where they are profitable. We want to end rural isolation. We want to expand the Cambridgeshire bus network, and with more routes, more destination. And we want actually the local authority to be accountable for what the service is, for whether the levels are appropriate or not. And we, as the local authority, which is not we, it's them, the CPCA, but we, as local politicians collectively, need to be legally allowed not just to run subsidized bus services when they are not profitable. Therefore, we need to wait for the bus route to be not profitable to be cancelled, and then we have to recommission it. But we need to be able to run bus services when they are profitable, so we can take the money and reinvest it where it's needed. So we want to support the Mayor and the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority to do that, which is where my motion came in. And as you can see, I am asking that we look at this in two key committees. Obviously, the Highways and Transport Committee will be one of them, and the other one being the Children and Young People Committee, where we have been doing an enormous amount of work in a very challenging area. And we want to make sure that by working together, we maximize the benefit for our home to school transport. So I really hope that this motion will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moschini. Councillor King, do you want to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve the right to speak.
Okay, thank you. Right, who'd like to go first? Oh, sorry. Yes, I'd forgotten about the exciting amendment. I'm getting worse and worse. It's appalling. Right, we have an amendment. Councillor Sharp, would you like to move your amendment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's getting late. Yeah. Yes, I moved the amendment. Just, the comment that was made before that this motion, well, I don't think it's that political. It's certainly trying to criticise areas or do things for the better. But I think that's part of the debate and part of why we're here. We're trying to get the best for residents when we might have different directions or different journeys we want to take them on. I do welcome the introduction of the Tiger Pass. It's one of the few successes, I think, of the CPCA. However, this motion does hide the fact that cheaper fares have no effect if there are no buses. All residents are paying the 200% increase in precept by the CPCA mayor, but a lot have no extra service for their money. And I do feel, I sit on the Transport and Infrastructure Committee of the CPCA, and I've been asking a number of questions of the Transport Director over the last 6 months about this procurement and getting very little joy. I mean, I think the failure of that to procure for some of the services falls with the CPCA, which is why I'm putting the amendment. I feel the motion does blame the service provider for withdrawing their bids, but I know one of the major reasons that they withdrew that was the employers' national insurance increase that the Labour government have put through. And that is not just with buses, but it's causing issues with other companies as well in terms of recruitment and retention. But I do want to touch on, and I'd welcome Councillor Maria King's amendment. I would have supported that because I think it's going to where I want to mention things. And I will mention now, students. On the 5th of March last year, I spent an evening at Long Road College where the mayor was speaking to students and parents about how they got to college to continue their studies. I was the only county councillor at that event, but there were Whippet, Stagecoach, and I think one other, Jews, I think it was, bus companies there. So it was a really good evening. Those students spoke very eloquently about the lack of timely transport affecting their courses, which ones they could do and where they could get to. And as a governor of a co-chair of governors at Bodisham Village College, I'm very keen to see youngsters attain wherever they can, whatever course they want to do, and it shouldn't be impaired by public transport. One of the two new proposed routes along the B1102 corridor will go directly to Hills and Long Road College and then onto Addenbrooks. This will revolutionise the lives of those young people in those villages who can get a direct bus to college. It will change for the better residents going to Addenbrooks direct. These two services should have happened 6 months ago. I feel it's a failure of the CPCA to procure, and it looks like we're going to have to wait till at least June or July of this year at the earliest to get those routes that residents are paying for. It's very frustrating that I feel it doesn't show the CPCA in a good light. The mayor has made the decision to begin the move to bus franchising. Whilst I desire better bus services that franchising will apparently bring us, I still have big concerns over the funding arrangements because there's not a magic wand to make those routes that we're going to bring or want to bring in profitable. A lot of things are being taken on trust, and I've certainly spoken to CPCA finance officers about how that funding will work, and I'm still not convinced as to the details. So I do commend this amendment to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Count, you are to second this. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right?
Second and reserve my right to speak. And apologies, Chair, for the lack of tie. Whilst I was having my break, my coffee jumped out my cup and attacked me.
Perhaps we know how it felt, Councillor Count. Right, who would like... Yes, perhaps that is a little harsh, Councillor Count, I apologise. We consider the complaint later. Right, who'd like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief addition to this. On behalf of Cambridgeshire County Council, myself and Councillor Bradnam are members of the CPCA Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I think you may like to know, if you don't know already, that as a result of the scrapping of the 7 purchasing agreement, the O&S Committee have started its own working group looking at bus procurement by the CPCA because something is vastly amiss. Let me share with you a couple of details. One of the small bus companies approached me because I know them, and they came to me and says, we can't bid on these 7 routes because it's been specified that you must have brand spanking new rolling stock. None of the small to medium operators can afford to go and buy this. Therefore, it's slanted in one direction, and only the big boys will be able to say that they can put new buses on it. So that's a big important thing. The second thing is, and I think it's just to emphasise really, one of those 7 routes was to take people from Soham through Burwell and up that route, for those that know it, and to the colleges of Cambridge in time for them to get to school. That's not there now. People of Soham wanted that or expected it. They've got their Tiger passes, but if without a bus, they have to go to a bus all the way through to Newmarket, then get on a bus that goes up to Cambridge, and then they have to change in Cambridge to get across town, right? They can't get there for school opening time. You know, this is where we're at the moment. So I think that this amendment does it right. I think it brings it into focus where we're at and what we're doing, and some of the perhaps non-successes around buses of the combined authority. So I think bringing the amendment in makes a very, very good all-rounded motion that we can all get behind. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Goldsack. Any other speakers? In which case we go to Councillor Count, please.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking to the amendment. So one of my parishes is Christchurch. That's mentioned in here, and it's one of the failed procurement exercises. So the people of Christchurch have been promised a bus service for 2 years. They've been charged the precept, which has gone up 300% since its introduction by this mayor, for the privilege of that service to have no bus delivered. And when the franchise came out and they said, oh, this is what you're getting, or rather this is not what you're getting, it actually starts from the wrong place, goes to the wrong place. And it turns out that Christchurch is just one of many areas that when they decide to franchise buses, they never thought to speak to the local people what they want. So Christchurch Parish Council, Christchurch residents never even asked what they would like from a bus service that I might add never arrived, never got delivered, and still isn't there, but they pay for. And this was all paid for by the precept. Now, the current mayor, Mayor Nick Johnson, would have everybody believe that the precept is necessary to pay for the subsidy of buses. Well, I have a different view. The precept is necessary to pay for the subsidised buses because of the absolute failure to secure bus service improvement grants, the same levels as combined authorities up and down the country. In fact, to receive a letter from the department responsible and say you're not getting this money for lack of inspiration and imagination really did underline that. And that is why Cambridgeshire residents are having to put their hands in their pocket and get all this money, which leads me on to the subject of franchising. It's a difficult thing, franchising. As a concept, I can see the value. You take the money from the profitable routes and subsidise the non-profitable through that so you can deliver a better bus service. But actually, in this, the case put forward doesn't really work because there's so much money in setup costs, a bit like we were talking about local government reform earlier, that actually the subsidised routes moving forward to next year are only subsidised for half the year and the money runs out. So what looks like a nice all singing, all dancing for some residents at the moment is actually an uncosted solution that's actually formulaic, destined to fail. And that's the way moving forward. The Tiger Pass, we heard about that. I think Tiger Pass, not as opposed, I think Tiger Bus is good as a concept. We need, if you're going to make it run, it's a bit early and there's not enough of them. But the Tiger Pass, which is separate, which is fantastic for Cambridge residents, those residents who live in and around Cambridge. It is of no value to somebody in Christchurch who's paying for that right as well, because they don't have a bus. Well, actually, they now have the Tiger Bus, which is different, if they can get hold of it. But our examples today are actually going on the app, saying you want it, being told it, standing in the rain for an hour, and then it doesn't arrive, only to be told the reason was, even though you arrived early, was you wasn't stood where you were there, whereas clearly the individuals were. So there's a bit of a failure going on, and that is like the failure in the procurement. So this motion would have us believe that Stagecoach are all evil and they're the ones responsible for this failure. The ONS, cross-party and ONS would not agree to investigate the procurement if there wasn't substantial anecdotal and evidential evidence already that it's actually the procurement that fails. The point about the new buses, if we can add on to that, it takes 10 months to get a new bus, right? And the time limit was 9 months of procurement. So it's not just a gambling of money for a small company. It's actually, if you want it, you couldn't deliver and start on time. So therefore, the combined authority was running a procurement exercise that pretty much precluded having competition in the area. The employers' NI brought in by the Labour government, that was one of the primary reasons for the failure of the procurement at that point in time. But it speaks more about the procurement exercise, that it doesn't take changes in funding arrangements into account, nor does it have enough flexibility. So where I am with this amendment is this amendment seeks to try and put some reality into a paper that is pro-mayor and actually tries to bring some reality into that. If the amendment fails, I'm sorry, I won't be able to support the main motion because it's just too distorted a picture. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. And finally, Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Even if I could live, and I can't really, with a bit of the amendment where essentially blames an utter commercial failure entirely on the mayor for whatever reason. I mean, it is not conscionable for somebody to offer a bid and then decide that actually they've changed their mind. And it does. I don't care what the government did, I'm afraid, because we've had it from Stagecoach in all possible. You know, routes have been cancelled because the weather, because congestion, because the government has put national insurance. The entire thing is ridiculous. There's people that actually need to get the buses. So if you're going to put forward a serious bid, then you're going to have to go through with it. I am very glad to hear that the ONS committee is looking at tightening the process. I am very supportive of that, but that does not mean that the procurement that was followed according to the process that was already agreed was the fault of the mayor, and I couldn't possibly live with that. But even if I could live with that part of the amendment, I absolutely cannot live with an amendment that excises the word franchising from everywhere in the motion. Like the entire thing, I don't understand it. Being able to run routes according to need rather than profit is the essence of what we are trying to do. Nothing would work without it, and nothing in fact works without it, as we can see. We all want the residents of Christchurch to have the buses that they paid their money for, and under franchising they will, because the operator will not be able contractually to do what Stagecoach this time did. So that's exactly the point that the motion is making, and I'm afraid this amendment cannot be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now take an electronic vote on the amendment. Mrs. Rowe, would you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. And members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 8 votes in favour, 24 against and no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much. We now move to the substantive motion for debate. And who would like to go first? Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. Improving public transport in Cambridgeshire, a bit like trying to improve the state of our roads in Cambridgeshire, feels very much like a work in progress, and it is in a very long way from being in a satisfactory place. As with our roads, over the past 4 years, we have had to work really hard at the Combined Authority to halt the decline in our bus services, which was the consequence of years and years of cuts to bus subsidy under both Conservative governments and Conservatives in this council. I would not support the amendment because it is extremely clear now that without significant subsidy, our rural bus services will not only continue to be inadequate as they are now, but for large areas of Cambridgeshire will get significantly worse. However, if we are going to have to put significant amounts of subsidy into our bus services, and I believe that we do need to do that, then it's absolutely right that that subsidy should be more accountable, and that's what franchising does. It allows the Combined Authority to make sure that we don't have bus operators just taking all of the routes which are profitable, leaving all of the unprofitable ones to be run by the public sector. So therefore, taking out franchising, I think, was one of the main reasons that I couldn't support the previous amendment. This motion also talks a great deal about the Tiger passes and the work on increasing the availability of bus services for people with disabilities and older people to be able to travel at different times. Those are all excellent things, and I'm really glad that we've done them. I think the impact of Tiger passes in allowing young people better access, particularly young people from low-income families, to be able to have better access to transport and to be able to access different types of education and training and employment opportunities is really important. But it is really important to remember that actually that's only half the picture, and that for far too many of our residents in Cambridgeshire, there's no point having a Tiger Pass if you don't have a bus service. And that's why this is a job which is half done. I'm pleased with the half that's done, but it is only half done. And it's really important that the next 4 years of the Combined Authority don't undo that work and make our public transport worse again, but build on it and try and make our public transport system more accessible to more people so that more of our residents are able to access work and education. And it's really important to remember that actually, if you're under 25, running a car is a massive luxury. Most people cannot afford to drive if they are under 25. And if we prevent those people from having access to our major sources of education and employment, we are condemning them to a different kind of life and to different opportunities. And that is really unfair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you, Chair. So we as a county council have an opportunity to write to the mayor and talk about Tiger passes, and I think we should absolutely take that because they are really good for those children and young people who live in a place with buses. They are transformational. I have 3 children. They all have a Tiger Pass. It means that they can get on the bus and not think twice. With the money they get from a paper round, they are independent, and that is such an amazing thing. And it would be amazing to see over the next 4 years that rolled out to every single young person in Cambridgeshire, because they all have access to a bus. But we should absolutely support the Tiger Passes. They are great, and I know that our group leader, Lucy Netzinger, had the idea for them in the first place, and that takes us back to local government reform. It's because we have a diverse board that these ideas on the Combined Authority come together, and having a reduced size board is something I am really, really nervous about. So that's Tiger Passes. There is also a request here for the Executive Director for Plurality to present a report to the Highways and Transport Committee about buses and bus franchising, and I think it would be I ask the Executive Director to begin this slightly the wrong way around, to ask the members what ideas and what opportunities they see for buses, because we all see them in our local areas. And whilst we all want buses, we also see potential opportunities which can make a difference to the way buses operate. this weekend I used the busway and I went from the Northern busway all the way through to Trumpington, and it was great. I got a lovely tour of Addenbrooke's, but I then had a chat with my colleague, Councillor Slatter, who lives at the Trumpington end, and every bus on the busway has to go via Addenbrooke's. And what about if there was a bus that took you straight from Trumpington Park and Ride into the city? That provides you a brilliant off-road route, and it's really, really quick. There are loads and loads of opportunities out there, and I think canvassing members for their experience and the ideas that they have would make a brilliant way to start a report and work out what areas you could begin to work on when you want to have that conversation about bus franchising. Anyway, there we go.
Thank you very much. Councillor, oh my lord, they're all coming in now. Councillor Shaler, Councillor Bulat next, who was somebody over here? Oh yes, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hunt. Yeah,
Thank you, Chair. I think the system that we are attempting to build here does not have to be all singing and all dancing in order to be a huge improvement. I don't think that Stagecoach or any of the other companies are evil. I don't think it's the fault of the operators, it's a business model. If you have a business model that says maximize profits, minimize cost, when running buses and providing the service is often the cost. Naturally, you would want to minimize the service in that model. If you could get subsidies and not run any buses at all, maybe that would be a good idea. But sometimes it feels like you're getting as close to that as possible. I think what our communities, our economy, our future and road space needs is choice. I don't want to force anyone out of their car, but currently we have a system that forces people into cars. No choice. We probably all came here by car. How much of our lives do we spend doing the job of a driver without pay? What we need is a joined up passenger transport system. And we've seen the cost estimates. For every pound spent on passenger transport, we get more than 4 back to the economy. Yet we spend billions, literally billions, piling more vehicles onto an already crowded network. The A428 Black Cat to Caxton Gibbet, short piece of dual carriageway. What could we do with that £1 billion? We could fix all of the roads in the county. We could put heavy rail back into Wisbech, massively support passenger transport, joined up with train services across the county, and still have change to spare. Franchising is the best chance we have, Chair, to improve the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. When I was reading the motion, I noted 800,000 journeys as of end of January 2025, and I was pleased to see actually on the combined authorities platforms a couple of days ago that were reaching 1 million journeys, and there's a celebration event, so just wanted to flag this with members. If you're not canvassing on Saturday, there's an event to celebrate 1 million Tiger bus journeys at Hamilton Zoo Park near Sawtree, and young people who have a Tiger bus pass enjoy reduced entry. So a good opportunity for members to learn more about this and actually get in touch with people who are using the bus passes and see the impact this has on communities. Just a very quick comment. I welcome the motion in general as well as the recommendations around encouraging take-up of new services. I also add to that looking at the frequency of certain services, because it's great to see more use on certain routes, including the busway, but obviously this does increase the number of people using it, especially at peak time going to college. So perhaps some services will need not only new routes, but also higher frequencies as we're moving forward with franchising. Thank you.
Is there a bus to Hamilton?
It's actually in the Tiger zone for the on-demand transport.
Okay.
So you can try, Councillor Kindersley.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments, really. I mean, the mayor wasn't elected on franchising, but he was elected on getting more buses. I remember him coming to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee when I was on that, just after he got elected, and he came up with the rhetoric. he wanted buses, 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 and he repeated that at a number of meetings. Now, I'm not necessarily against that, but it shouldn't be at the. I just want to pick up one thing that Councillor Shayler's just mentioned, on the A428, the cost of that road. I lived along between St Neots and Cambridge for 14 years along the A428, and certainly I think that new road is needed, having endured all of the issues there. So buses shouldn't necessarily be at the exclusion of cars. But let's move on. As Councillor Nefsinger has said, the Tiger Pass is not really worth that much if we don't have the bus. We need to get them. I agree with some parts of this motion. I agree referring this to the Highways and Transport Committee. I think that's probably the proper place where this should be discussed. But I cannot support it because I think a lot of the issues we have here is the failure of the procurement of the new routes. And again, everybody's saying franchising will get us more buses. Again, as I said in my speech on the amendment, I haven't seen the detailed funding arrangements as to how this is going to work financially, and until I see that personally, I can't support franchising as it stands, because I'm not sure. I've got grave doubts as to how it's going to work. I want more buses, yes, I do want more public transport, but it needs to be funded in a way that we all can support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out that I get people coming up to me all the time, because now, of course, I'm out and about all over my division. And they're asking me questions and they just say they don't understand. And so really what I'm saying now is a plea for people to be given information about what's going on. So, for example, they come up to me and say, Bill, can you explain why the mayor agreed to franchising in the morning, and then in the afternoon, when he's committed the following administration to something serious, he then announces he's not going to stand? What's the logic in that? And I say, I just don't know. And then they say, well, what's the fairness in us paying 2 years, first of all, a mayoral precept, and then a 200% increase when we still haven't had the buses? He's had the money. That's what they say to me. He's had the money and we haven't got the buses. Now, that doesn't seem very fair to me. And finally, I really think the bus service in Cambridgeshire has got a heavy task ahead of it, when you've got the leader of this authority saying the bus services are getting worse, and also saying that the running a car is a massive luxury. Well, when you've got that anti-car attitude right at the top of our organisation, I don't think there's a very good future for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. I support the motion, and I welcome the public transport achievements of the Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, and echo the comments that my colleagues have made. And I think the answer to Councillor Hunt's first question is the Mayor, I think, a bit tired of the toxic sort of politics that you get sometimes, but he has a crowning achievement for his term in office, and I think he resigned or decided not to stand again that same day, precisely because he had achieved something that he came into politics to do, and was going out on a high at the top of his game, having done really well in his term of office as Mayor of Cambridgeshire. My colleagues have said most of the things I'd like to say. I would just like to point out that the Better Buses Bill is going through Parliament. This bill will reverse the ban on local authorities setting up publicly owned bus companies. So in contributing to the ongoing reform process, as in the motion, this county should take up the opportunities from the ban on publicly owned bus companies being lifted, because I'm not sure that franchising is enough. I think that the better buses that we could have from a service that was dedicated to serving the public instead of private profit is the missing piece. I'd like to see the #1 bus running through my district, a good candidate for a publicly owned bus company to bid for the franchise. The public should not be palmed off with just the services we own running the least used and most subsidised services. And Cambridgeshire is spending a lot of money on building busways. And I think it's only right and proper that the Cambridgeshire public should take the profit that private companies would otherwise demand from running buses on those busways and rededicate that to the public good. So I think we should set up a publicly owned bus company in Cambridgeshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Black. You're going to have a busy 4 years, aren't you? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. You will be glad to hear I will be brief. Firstly, the motion states correctly that 88% of bus services are now commercial. That's not a sign of success, it's a sign of monumental failure, because what that means is that all of those services that people would use if they were available and subsidised are not there, leaving only what washes its own face. And that is bad news for many people, particularly in rural areas where there isn't the accumulated number of people to make commercial services commercially viable. That's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why franchising is necessary. And I'm very pleased indeed to have supported the decision to go for franchising. It is not sufficient to solve our public transport problems. That much is very, very true and very evident, but it is a necessary first step. I want to remind people that Fenland, in fact, saw the second worst decline in the country in bus services. It lost nearly 84% of its services between 2003 and 2023. And members will remember that Fenland actually has the second lowest level of car ownership, other than Cambridge, in the county. So clearly there is a massive transport deficit of all types in Fenland, and that's something that we need to seek to address and to reverse. Not just for Fenland, but for everywhere else as well. It's been suggested that, and I don't intend to be my leader's mouthpiece on this, but I think I understand her position well enough to know that when it is being suggested that the leader has said that having a car is a luxury, in some respects that is actually true. To run a car, you have to be in good enough health to be able to drive, to be legally allowed to drive. You have to have sufficient good sight to be able to drive, which is a problem for many people, and particularly as people age. There are many people who never learn to drive. I learned to drive in my early 50s because I had to. Many people don't. And I remember speaking to a health professional in Fenland who told me about the numbers of people who retire up to Fenland. And then one of the partners will become seriously ill, maybe have a stroke or a heart attack, or even sadly die. And often they're the driver, leaving their partner absolutely stranded in a village with no way of getting out to do basic things, whether it's shopping or social or whatever, or even health visits and things like that. So there is a real lack of transport, and it's not solved by just saying, oh, well, we all rely on our cars, because there are a lot of people who can't rely on their cars, and that includes young people. And the point was made about young people not being able to afford to drive. Even if you gave them a free car, a lot of them wouldn't be able to afford to drive, firstly because of the price of petrol, but secondly because of the cost of insurance, which is absolutely astronomical for young drivers. So to an extent, being able to get about in a car is a sign of good fortune. And I don't think we should ever forget that, because it means that there are a lot of people who don't have that good fortune, who find themselves absolutely stranded and lost in transport terms. And we have to do something about that. Franchising is the something, because I can't see another route at the moment. But as I have said, it's not sufficient, and we need to do a whole lot more to enable our residents to get around Cambridgeshire in the way they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, nobody else has indicated they wish to speak, so Councillor King, you reserved your right to second.
Thank you, Chair. Quite late, isn't it? So, to summarise, I think the motion from Elisa for Councillor Meschini is excellent. And in my remarks, I just want to bring the focus to one thing, and that is when we talk about buses or any other form of public transport, possibly we first and foremost, I think, talk of needs of children and young people as they're impacted more than any other social group. And a lot, I think, has been said already on that. But just to reinforce that affordable and reliable transport to school, to college, to university, that means opportunity for them, that means attainment and independence. Picking up on learners, I, as many of you of course know, I was born and spent first part of my life in Russia. My parents never owned a car, and now in their 70s they still don't. They still work, they get around, they go, you know, wherever they want to, because when you walk out of my satellite town of Moscow, you're never more than sort of 5-7 minute walk from a bus or a minibus. And if it weren't for that, my education, I never thought about it until this, but my education would have never happened if I didn't have public transport. It just wouldn't happen. And from what I hear, that's actually the case here and now for young children, for young people in areas like Fenlands, where there's such a dire provision of public transport. Clearly true still now. So I appreciate the insights on the barriers to procurement from Councillors Goldsack and Count. Thank you. I wasn't maybe aware of all of them, but I think we're in this bit where the status quo is so dire that actually continuing the status quo is more scary than facing the turbulence of change. So I wholeheartedly support the direction of travel, no pun here, towards franchise. Tiger passes are, as been said, really quite amazing thing, and hope they carry on. Very much as our amendment to Elisa's motion says, very much want to encourage collaboration between different parts of this council, CYP, Highways and Transport, and Combined Authority to really kind of put the needs of our young people at the forefront. And hopefully with a new council and with a new mayor, this can kind of take a shape it needs to take with, you know, understanding all the challenges and working through them. So I will be supporting this motion, and I hope everyone else will as well, as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Meschini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I genuinely thought I was writing a motion that would be about motherhood, kittens, and apple pie, but clearly I was wrong. Remembering very clearly the cross-party, very loud at times, calls for franchise system early in the current mayor's term of office. But quite clearly, when we come to actually doing it, no, actually, we don't actually support it. I'm surprised about that, but I'll leave the opposition to their own devices on that. Yes, we could do with more money to fund better franchising. You know, there were and there would be ways to get the system to be all singing, all dancing. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But the principle is valid. The funding that we have will guarantee an enormous change compared to what we have now, because the change is structural and contractual, and that's the kind of thing that we're after. Other than that, I do think that the motion is, as it is, a good idea. It will allow us to keep this matter on the agenda. It will allow us to ensure that we get, especially when it comes to take-up of services on our roads, to helping the Combined Authority run the services that are better suited for our roads, and the all-important matter of young people's education transport, absolutely crucial, and it should be on the agenda of our committees, irrespective of who's in charge next year, and I hope it will be. So thank you very much to all of those who will support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Meschini. I'm now going to take an electronic vote on the motion. Mrs. Rowe, could you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 23 votes in favour, 7 against and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the fourth motion. We now move to the fifth motion, submitted by Councillor Nick Gay. Can I ask Councillor Gay to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 10 to 11 of the Council agenda? Councillor Gay.
Thanks very much, Chair. I very much hope that this can be quite brief and that there is a consensus or a rainbow alliance even, because I need to move from New Shire Hall to another meeting in Old Shire Hall in Hobson Street, Cambridge, which, as we know, is full of potholes. The key issue in this motion can be found in paragraph 8. The Council expresses concern that there is a crisis in diagnostic and identification services across the UK for young people's mental health. For example, more than 4,000 people are on the waiting list in Cambridgeshire for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder diagnosis alone. In 2023 to 2024, 5,471 undiagnosed adults and 579 children referred to Cambridgeshire and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust were waiting for an ADHD assessment in the county. What this tells us is that the current child and adolescent mental health services are unable to cope and are failing to deliver the care needed to thousands of young people. This is despite a report on autism provision presented to the Adult and Health Committee in 2022 that aspired to reduce waiting times for diagnosis of autism to 4 months. In fact, these services have been in a state of permanent crisis every year since the disastrous Lansley reforms in 2013. And for me, this is a very personal issue because my youngest son is neurodivergent. His behaviour started to cause concern in primary school, and by the age of 12, we sought to have him tested and diagnosed for ADHD and high-functioning autism spectrum disorder. We were then told that there was a 2-year waiting list for an NHS assessment, leaving us with no alternative but to go private. Oliver's diagnosis was transformational, as it allowed access to the medication he needed to control his ADHD and allowed his school, Parkside Community College, to put in appropriate measures to manage his sometimes challenging behaviour. At home, we were also able to understand and accommodate his strange ways with more insight and understanding. It was, of course, very much an objective of the Lansley policy to create a 2-tier system where those that could afford it would go private and everybody else has to stand in line for months and years, just like it was before the inception of the National Health Service. We very much hope that the government's new plan, to train 8,500 additional staff will begin to turn this around, and that Cambridgeshire will receive an appropriate allocation of these resources to deal with this awful backlog. I'm going to conclude with a message to my party's health secretary. No, Wes, the mental health crisis is not caused by overdiagnosis. It is caused by chronic underfunding and historic underdiagnosis due to the stigma associated with mental health. And it's very much to be welcome that the destigmatisation of mental health has gone a long way in the last few years. And finally, I would just say about my son, he's doing well. He's studying computer science at York and will soon, no doubt, be going into employment making new computer games for you all to play with, or expanding the scope of artificial intelligence. So I ask you all to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gay, and thank you for sharing your experiences. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bulat, would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goodliffe.
Thank you, Chair. I come from a neurodiverse family, and we know personally the crisis in diagnosis and identification for children and young people. Being on the waiting list and then following extreme crisis, receiving diagnosis, only to be told that the support then in place was removed following the diagnosis of autism. A cycle of lack of support, eventual support when extreme crisis was reached, and then removed months later after diagnosis. You could not make this up. Thankfully, our child is still with us. They're an amazing young adult and are flourishing following diagnosis. They understand themselves and are able to be understood in the world. However, the impact on her and on us is huge. For 6 months, I could not enter her bedroom for fear of seeing her lying on the floor unconscious. This is such an important topic, and as Councillor Gay has said, we need to talk about it, not ignore it. We need to work together, and we need to ensure that the right support is put in place at the right time. On a more positive note, I'd like to leave you with a quote from Temple Grandin. Temple Grandin was Time Magazine Person of the Year 2010, and she says, "If by some magic autism had been eradicated from the face of the earth, then men would still be socialising in front of a wood fire at the entrance to a cave."
Thank you for that. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much. Chair, I support the motion, and I would like to expand on one sentence. It says, as a society, human neurodiversity should be accepted rather than suppressed. And I think it should be celebrated. I know so many people with exceptional minds, autistic, ADHD, dyslexic, all of them amazing people, unique and over the top productive, and all of them suppressed by often the education system that made them feel stupid. How many were turned away or turned off completely? It was the system that was stupid. Dyslexics make up a disproportionate number of architects, autists make up a disproportionate number of mathematicians, and this is the tip of the iceberg. We absolutely need to value neurodiversity more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slatter.
Yes, I welcome this motion as well. In fact, we have what she describes herself as neurodiverse city councillor in a division next, a ward next to me, and she makes a massive contribution both to her in her work as a councillor, but also helping us by explaining and understanding herself, and that's the key, I think. You can't really overdiagnose, because the diagnosis doesn't necessarily mean that somebody needs very critical services, though clearly Councillor Goodliffe has had a really difficult experience when it does. But those elements whereby just understanding and explaining can just enable you to take part in just normal life as we think of it, and as it becomes. So I'm glad that the leader of the council was able to put pressure on the CQC for the establishment of a new assessment and diagnosis centre that is working through CPFT. The more of that sort of thing we can get, the better. And I am glad that we were able to help a bit, but it shouldn't be necessary to be pushing to unblock the bureaucracy that sometimes stands in the way of establishing such things. So I would support any letter that is making this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dupree.
Thank you. I think people's personal stories of their own experiences with this and their families' experiences are always very moving, and I'm grateful to members who have shared those experiences and their stories. Certainly in a previous career, I dealt quite a lot with families struggling to obtain recognition and support for the needs of their children. And that was a regular feature of the work I was doing. I do, however, wish the Chief Executive luck writing his letter to the Secretary of State, given the Secretary of State's pronouncement just a couple of days ago about overdiagnosis of mental health conditions. And I'm not sure that that sent the kind of signal to the public that many of us were hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. I have had nobody else. Councillor Maria King.
Thank you, Chair. Just really short to say, very much support the motion. Like I think many of us in this chamber have had personal experience with the system and trying to support a child and get diagnosis. So we're still waiting in a long queue. But I also want to say I am very much hoping that this council will improve its understanding when they deal with neurodiverse parents of children who also have special needs, because there's been some, I think, few of us have been supporting our residents with varying experience of that. So I'm very much hoping that through this motion, but also just wider effort to improve our processes and improve our culture and understanding of parents with neurodiversity who have children with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt.
Just like to say, Chair, thank you very much, and how much I appreciated listening to Councillor Shaler just now. It's absolutely a fact that there's a complete undercurrent of talent that exists and which at the moment is not being expressed enough. And the different thinking that some people have is they are the talented, in many cases the talented people, and we should as a society try and unlock this talent. And I think it's a sad fact of life, though, that it's the independent schools that are giving best support to children with one of these problems. And of course, it's the independent schools that are now being penalised by the VAT. But I think Councillor Shaler was so right, it made me speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Anybody else wish to speak? If not, I'm going to invite Councillor Boulat, who reserved her right to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Gay for proposing this motion and sharing lived experiences, as well as to other colleagues who have shared their experiences. And I think we have cross-party agreement on this one. This is a really important topic for my residents. We come up sadly too often in our email inboxes, on the doorstep. Many cases, people who wait very long for assessments, and that figure that Councillor Gay shared really stuck with me, because out of 5,471 of adults referred in 2023-2024, so only 157 of them were assessed. That's less than 3%. So the remaining 97%, many of them are still waiting as we speak, often with no idea or communication as to whether they will wait another year, another 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. And that's a very difficult situation to be in, and that's why highlighting the support available at the council level, at the local level, is really important, because when you're waiting, when you're on a waiting list without any idea as to when you'll have your assessment, knowing that there's some local level support, whether it's through our brilliant voluntary organizations or other council services, can be life-changing for many of our residents. Now, this week is actually Neurodiversity Celebration Week, so Councillor Gay timed very well his motion, deliberately or not. And this is a time for all of us to recognize our differences and raise awareness, challenging stereotypes and misconceptions about neurodiversity. And I'll make no apology for proudly actually celebrating an awareness week, and I think we should have more campaign days, weeks, and months actually looking into challenging misconceptions and supporting our residents, including on this very crucial topic of neurodiversity. So on that note, thank you, Councillor Gay, for bringing this motion and to colleagues for supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gay.
Just to echo the comments that have been made by Councillor Goodliffe in particular, but also Councillor King and my seconder, we really do need to keep raising awareness of the issues surrounding neurodiversity, and hopefully this motion will contribute to that.
Thank you very much. There seems to be a general consensus in support of this motion. If anyone disagrees, would they indicate now, please? I think that was a rather splendid motion on which to end the municipal cycle myself. That concludes discussions of our motions. We move on to the next item, which is 10A, set out in the agenda, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough's Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. Although I think that might have changed as of the last meeting. Aha. Aha. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided, which summarises the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees and is included on the council agenda on page 60. Please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the councillor's appointee on the board. You have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response for each. Anyone? Well, well, well. Could you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Goldsack, the council's appointee on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? Again, you have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Wonderful. I now move on. Is somebody you're going to ask yourself a question, Councillor Goldsack?
Not one question in 4 years.
Oh, well. That might be quite a good thing, Councillor Goldsack, all in all. I propose now to take questions on fire authority issues dealt with in accordance with the guidelines agreed by Council. The report on the fire authority is included on the Council agenda on pages 61 to 67. Before I open the item up to questions, I would like to invite the chair of the fire authority, Councillor Murphy, to introduce the report.
It is the end of a rather long day, but I would really recommend members read the report. There is so much going on in the fire authority, so much positive, so much good, and our new very controversial system that there's been such a lot of sort of struggle about. I can report it is functioning, it is working, it is all good. So there's, as I say, there's so much positive going on with our fire service. But it seems like the wrong time of day to opine about it when there's so much information in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Has any member got a question or questions for the chair of the fire authority? That being the case, we move to written questions. There were no questions. That concludes the business on the agenda for today. Good luck, everyone.